Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is David with LoFiTrader. We have a doozy for you this morning. Everything's looking A-okay. It looks like we have digested a lot of this information throughout the night. So let's go ahead and start off with a nice little sip shawana. Delicious. Time to get into this morning prep, baby. So, I'm going to run through the indices, all of our major indices, like Mr. Uncle Tesla. Looks like Uncle Tesla, we'll throw this on the 15. Uncle Tesla here, looks like it's digesting its information pretty well. We've seen this high, tight pennant. It broke out, it came back down, formed this nice little cup on the 15-minute, on the hourly, and also on the daily. If you look here, we have this nice cup that formed. You could consider this a wide handle, or you could consider this the handle too. But this kind of busts that long handle up a little bit. But it did bounce off this 10-day, so we're seeing confluency across multiple different scenarios here. So things are looking good. I like it, I like it, I like it. Let's go ahead and take a peeky gander at, let's take ourselves a little peeky gander at the next one here. So we got SPX. SPX forming this, well, SPX is the SPY, guys. It's just, this is the futures, so this is just, it just looks a little different. So if you look, it says 4,147, and then if you look at the SPY, we're trading at, let me click on SPY, we're trading at 413.10. So 413.10 and 414. So pretty dang close, except for the SPY is the futures. So these people are speculating on the future price of the S&P 500, but regardless, they usually coincide. They usually do the same thing. So it's creating this high, nice tight pennant. We got this base here. All right, you got a nice base forming, and we're gonna want to see it break out of this. Originally, when this was formed, it had already broken out of it. Let's look at the SPY. You'll see how I have it drawn out here. So we were forming this high, tight pennant. Let me go to the hourly here. We go to the hourly. We drew this downtrend line and this base of 410, and we have broken out of that area. Now we're looking to come back and test that 410 area to see if it has been accepted. Good morning, Tim Duncan. Good morning, Carly. Good morning, Raven. It's good to see you guys here. Love seeing you in pre-market prep, where we at least can go over the indices to get an overall understanding of how the market's doing. So thank you for joining me. So yeah, on this breakout on the SPY, it's digesting it pretty well. Of course, we're going to see some pullbacks. This is normal. It's nothing to fret or sweat. The only time I'm going to be really looking at my positions, whether I want to add more risk or be risk off, would be defending this 410 area. Now we do have, let's see, I think it's, let me check the Bureau, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Let me check their economic releases. And let's see, employment cost index. So CPI already came out, and today's the 16th. So yesterday was the job openings and labor turnover. I don't know if I'm seeing anything too crazy. Public data API, data finder. Yeah, it looks like we're doing all right. I don't see anything crazy coming out. It might be, is it PPI that's supposed to come out today? So let's see. This was released in December. So yeah, still hasn't came out. New releases, December goods. Yeah, we're looking for January's goods. So let's just double check the news. on the SPY. U.S. stock resilient faces tests as traders await flurry of economic data. Fed may surprise to the upside on rates again on 2023, says analysts. So I'm not seeing any new news pop out. I know we have PPI that's supposed to be coming out, which is Producer Price Index. Not 100% sure if that is today or not. I'm trying to figure that out now. Let's go on to Netflix. Netflix is still holding up. It looks like it's getting nice and tight right here on the 21-day moving average. It's got a nice base here on 350, 347. And we'll see what it can do from here. Netflix is just kind of a watch for me because after this huge fail, we've filled this liquidity gap. So this big fall that we had in one day, we've filled that now, and we're trading at that price of 361.42 on Netflix. So we look like we have a 200-day moving average. It's starting to curl right here. So the fact that this is starting to curl is really good news. It's showing that we have had enough buying progression that the 200-day moving average isn't in a downtrend, that it looks like it's actually withstanding some buying power, and we might see some more positive affirmation coming soon. Morning, son. Good morning, Ginger. It's good to see you. B. Stewie, Pickles, what's going on? B. Stewie, I know you're in the nerve center. Itching on some sprinkles. So what else we got here? Let's take a look at the Qs, guys. The Qs are pulling back just slightly. Remember, this pre-market and aftermarket, you can't really justify. If you look down here, guys, just so you understand, see this on the daily? Like in the black are what's traded during the day. In the gray is actually what's traded in the aftermarket or the pre-market. So this is pre-market, this is aftermarket, and there is no liquidity here. So if you look, if we scroll through, we got 4 million, 5 million, 10 million, you know, all throughout the day on these 1 hour candles. So each day it's producing, you know, 3, 4, 5 million. But in the pre-market, we're looking at 86,000. We're looking at 257,000. And if you don't know what that is, guys, very simply put, that just means that there is no liquidity. If there's no liquidity, then there's no price action. Mikey G says, it's nice to have you in the background. Thank you, Mikey. I do appreciate that, brother. I like keeping an eye on all different classes of stocks, from small caps to large caps to mega caps, just simply because it's nice. It's nice to have a broader overall understanding of what's going on in the market. Now, small caps aren't going to give you any type of interest in what's going to be happening in the long term, but it's nice to know what's going on in the small cap land, because if you are bored as heck in large, you can always find something going on in small cap. Usually anyway, right? Usually. Sometimes it's not nearly as fun, but yeah, guys, look at GNS. GNS just took off like crazy in the pre-market. So what I want to see for GNS on the small cap, if you guys look back here, there's a lot of traded volume right here in the $7 price. So if it can hold this $7 price and create a base, I would look for a long in this. I'm not telling you to long, I'm not a financial advisor, but when I look at something like this, I see it just like I see this. You know, you create a nice buy area at, you know, 550. It creates this breaking point at $5, right? So this thing came down and it tested that, and it couldn't break through, and it got bought right back up. And you guys know how I like these wicks. This is a 15-minute wick, a Mr. Wickerson, and it got bought right back up, and it pushed higher, and look at it, and it held. The next morning, held, and it kept climbing higher until we're to the point where we're into this next area of consolidation. So if this thing sat here and pushed, well, now it hopefully will rest, and I use that respectfully. I hope it rests for a little while and trades sideways in the $7 area, so we can risk this 650 and we can get a nice chunk in and watch this 40% mover take off. So remember, if you guys end up taking a bid on GNS, this is a very, very volatile stock. It's something that can really, really rip your face off, as I like to say. So keep in mind, guys, GNS definitely on my watch list. Definitely getting ready to kick some butt here, but we don't know if it's to the upside or downside, so we're hoping it'll give us a few more days to digest this information so we can get proper risk reward. All right, Let's see what else we have in the indices. IWM, Mr. Russell. Good old Mr. Russell. Looks like it's shaping up very well above this very key area of 187. It's holding it. It's bounced off of it right here, and it looks like it's heading higher, holding that 21-day moving average. It's looking absolutely glorious. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, well, then you don't. You got a bad taste in your mouth because you're a dirty bear. I'm only kidding. Everything could fail, and you bears could just be on top of the world. But right now, what I'm seeing is it looks like we're in more of a risk-on environment. It looks like the bulls are having a good old time in their grassy meadows, as where the bears, unfortunately, our heads are down, and they are walking back to the woods, looking for some new fish to smash on. So let's carry on here. Let's check Amazon. So we've been looking at Amazon, and I told you guys when it broke this $100 area right here a few days ago that we'd want to see it at least hold this next area consolidation, and it did. It came down, it hit this consolidation, it bounced off of it, it came back down, made a new higher low on the hourly. Okay, if we're just looking at this is looking very bullish. Okay, just at this area where I zoomed in. Okay, we got these wicks, and every time it comes down, it wicks off, wicks off, wicks on, wicks off, wicks on. Okay, Karate Kid on this thing. Now look, it's trading at that psychological level of $100 again, and if we can get this to hold and start breaking this 102 area, it's looking a lot more positive for Amazon. But am I going to make a trade in Amazon? Absolutely not, because it's still under this 200-day moving average, and it's bumped its head numerous times. So if it wants to shape up, show me proof of concept, which it does, it's starting to look like it now, then I will take the trade and we will print some money. Let's look at some of these. Nope, I gotta go through a couple more. Let's look at NVIDIA, Meta. So NVIDIA is forming this beautiful cup and handle here on the hourly. It's not that powerful. These cup and handles, when you see them, you want to see them more on the daily, okay, or the weekly, if you really want to follow How to Make Money in Stocks by William O'Neill. The William O'Neill stocks, any type of trades like that, you're looking on the daily or you're looking on the weekly. You're not looking on this hourly. So we can call this a cup and handle, but it's not my play of a cup and handle, okay? So it looks like it's digesting its information very well. Big push, constructive pullback, found consolidation, pushing back, found more consolidation at this area. So if we can keep on Wayward Son, everything's going to be all right. All right, we're going to bounce off this 10. We're going to hold this 10. We're going to keep traveling higher. I don't know, but we'll find out very soon. Hindsight Henry's always right, right? Google. Oh, Google. So it looks like Google finally found a bid down here, creating new lower highs. But it's still under this 200-day moving average, guys. Still under it. We had this nice push up last week, and it looked really, really good. But it sold off hard. It sold off quick. And that might be due to earnings, you know. People digested this earnings of a huge push up over the 200-day moving average, and then this thing just failed. So it still needs some time. Between Amazon and Google, I really think that's the only thing that's really keeping this market kind of at a standstill, where say Apple, well, not Apple, but say Amazon and Google really were taking off, like they really could take off. I think we would see something crazy happen in the market. We'd see it really push higher. But because we have some of these older boats, these big boats I like to call them, a big boat has a hard time turning, right? When you want to turn a big cargo ship that's holding a lot of weight, which is Amazon and Google, then when it starts to turn, it's going to take days and weeks to turn around, okay? So let's look at some more fun stocks, guys. RTW, we're going to zoom in on the 1 minute here just to make things real exciting. RTW is a low cap, low float, if I am correct, which I usually am when I'm looking at these things because it's almost obvious the way they move. But I don't want to give you guys any wrong information, so let's just see how right I am. So Right here, I'll pull up this float checker for you, and we will take a peeky gander. RTW, 25 million. It is a low float, rip your face off stock, so you need to be careful with that. All right. Let's take a look at the short interest on RTW. The float interest is only 8%. 8% of the float, so not a big short candidate for me right now. But this is shaping up well. It looks like off of yesterday's lows, it reached a total of 74% and is holding some of those gains with 50%, so it only lost 20% of its overall gains. That's looking very nice for RTW, for all you small cap, flying high, buying, making money, Mickey Fickies. This right here is a good stock to keep on your watch list. We also have SERA. Now SERA is showing a lot more proof of concept. We have this huge push up yesterday. Okay, it pushed up 78%. Now if you guys want to know why I'm always talking in percentage and not dollar amount, because percentages are fractal. I mean, I guess everything's fractal in a sense, but if I say 78%, it doesn't matter how much money you're talking about. It doesn't matter where you lay on the spectrum of $1 or $1 million. If I say 78% and you know how much you use to risk and you know how much you usually reward, say you have $100 an account of $100 and you're only going to use 20% of your account on per trade. So you're going to use $20 per trade. And then I told you that you made 78% on your account. Okay, you made 78% on 20 bucks. So that way you can understand, because the next guy might be using $1,000 and 20% of 1,000, so he's using 200 and he's getting 75% off that $200. All right, so it's fractal. It's easier to talk about, and if I use a percentage, then you can understand a percentage. Because if I go from here and I say this moved from $1.20 to $2.09, and then this one moved from $5.09 to $7.03, well then it's hard. You'd have to do a bunch of math. But if I just said this one moved 95% in a day, and this one here moved 55% in a day, you understand which one's the faster mover, right? So that's why we speak in tongues sometimes. That's why we speak in percentage as traders. And if you're not speaking in percentages, just get used to it. Just get used to talking in percentages, to have a better knowledge and understanding of percentages, and maybe, even try to look at things better in a different perspective in percentages, because it'll only help you out. It'll just help you put more things together, and it'll make things more understandable. So iron was another one yesterday. Well, actually, I want to talk more about this SERA. All right, so this SERA is a low float, is a small cap stock, but just while we're here, I'm going to check the short squeeze for you guys. SERA. So the short squeeze on this is like 0.5%. There's nothing really going on with it, and it is a 25 million, just like the last one, just like RTW. So these are both 25 million stocks. They're rip your face off stocks, and they can. We already told you, this thing moved up quite a bit on the percentage wise. Now look, guys, it pushed up in pre-market, and when it sold off, it still held over half of its gains, hung out underneath that VWAP area for quite some time, built up a ton of builders. Once all these guys built up, and everybody was getting really excited, right when we broke this area, see this top? This is why I like playing these breakouts. This is why I started doing those breakout strategies, guys, is because of moves like this. If we seen this and say we had our alert right here so we can watch it, once this thing broke out above this area and through VWAP, it made a beautiful move. Okay, we're up 25% in a move that happened in, it looks like 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, guys, you can make 25%. If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what the heck will. I really don't. 25% move in 3 minutes on your money. If you put $100 in here, just a measly $100, waited 3 minutes, you'd make 25 bucks. Okay? Now that number is fractal. That number is fractal. That 25% can be sized up You could talk about $100,000. Now, I don't know if you'd be able to get $100,000 in here. I don't know how liquid it is for you to be able to get $100,000 worth of shares on a penny stock, but we can at least think about it that way, right? So now look, it's came back down and it's testing that breakout area in the pre-market. We'll see, in the pre-market, and we will see what happens from there. Okay. So same thing with GNS here, guys. It pushed up, pulled back, tested this area, and pushed back up, and now it's lingering around that $7 area. And if it can hold out, GNS might be one beautiful trade. So, guys, I've been looking for some stocks, some longer term stocks that I can get in so I can put a big chunk of money in. I'm talking about using the Can Slim method by William O'Neill. When you use this method, it's extremely powerful mover in bull markets. So why we are here every morning well before the opening bell, which we have a little over an hour to do this. We sit here and we try to figure out what we think is going to happen. Yes, we do try to predict in a sense, but we're not trying to predict, we're trying to react to our predictions. Okay, that's the best way I can put it. I'm going to try and predict whether the market goes up or down and where it's going to go up or down at. But from there is where I'm going to react. So I make more than one prediction. I don't just make a prediction, this is going to the moon or this is going to hell. What I like to do is make these predictions. This could happen or this could happen, and then this is how I'm going to react to those. Okay, so if you were here just about, 20 minutes ago when we started going over all these indices for these reasons. Okay, so that way when we see huge pullbacks like this, we don't panic sell our positions. When we see huge pullbacks in the SPY like this, we know how to react. Okay, we know we're still above this breakout area, and we know that we're still above this 410 area. So personally, I still think the market is looking healthy. Now, will I be saying that in 3 more hours? Who knows? This thing could completely tank, and if it does, I'm going to want to start exiting some of my positions, or at least sizing down in those, because I don't want to fret about a bear market to come back, right? So when I see this and I see it shaping up and I see things looking nice, I say, okay, I like this. I like defending this 410 area. I like this breakout right here. Okay, it still could be a bull trap, so we have to be careful of that. But things are shaping up in the indices. So we make predictions and then we react to those predictions. I predict if this thing were to come down here, okay, and break through, then I'm going to start exiting some of my position. If this thing can hold and carry on higher, then and if I can make that prediction that that's what's going to happen, then I'm going to react in a way where I want to have some stocks on hand that I can start sizing into and buying up. So that being said, microchip. Microchip is one of those stocks that falls under the Can Slim method. And now I haven't done all my research on this. This was just an IBW pick. They do all that research for you. Now, I like doing my own research. I don't just like taking people's stock picks. So what I will do here is MCHP. I will do it right in front of you. MCHP. Okay. First thing that we want to learn is this thing a mover? Is this thing actually going to make us some money? So the first thing I look at is the ADR. It's only 3.1%. It's not the fastest mover. So we would have to put a lot of capital into this thing in order to make sure that it actually brings us some money. All right. Now, if we look at the annual every year, it looks like, well, almost every year, it looks like it's doing fairly well. If we look at the quarterly, their profit margins continue to rise up. Okay, so this looks fairly well. Now, we could go in deeper. We could look at the institutional ownership. What I like to do when we're looking at institutional ownership is I try to look at the volume areas. Okay, so if we come over here, we zoom in just on this cup and handle, and on these lows, we want to see very heavy buying volume, like we are seeing here. This yellow line that I have down here on the volume area, see this yellow line? Anything above this yellow line is higher than normal volume traded, okay? Now, you and I aren't going to make bars like this. You and I aren't going to be able to trade 5 million shares. But you know who is? institutional ownership. So when I look back here and I see all this buying area right here at the highs, I see all these buying areas down here at these lows, and you're not seeing a ton of sell-off. So there is some sell-off here, but it's not as much as these buying areas, okay? That tells me that there's some institutional ownership. They're looking at this stock and they're wanting to buy in on it, okay? It looks like they also bought in down here around that same area. See this high volume area right here, right on this 200-day moving average? Look at this right here, same area, okay? It comes down here, they're buying it up. Now, this is subjective, right? If we look at volume, we could say this is institutional ownership. Some might say this isn't. The best way for us to actually figure out if there's institutional ownership, and now I'm going to do this on the fly for you, so bear with me, guys, okay? But I like to go to Yahoo Finance. It just popped up somewhere for me, okay? I go to Yahoo Finance, okay? I type in the symbol. I type in MCHIP, MCHP, okay? And then I go to, let's just blow this thing up. Then I go to financials. I don't think that that's right. Holders. There we go. And then we're going to look for those institutional owners. So look, Vanguard, BlackRock, Dodge, T. Rowe. I don't know who the rest of these guys are, but I know we got Vanguard and we got BlackRock, and they hold 12% of this stock. BlackRock's hold 7.8% of this stock, and there's plenty of other institutional ownerships. There's mutual funds in here too. Mutual funds, 3%, 2%, 2%. So it looks like there is institutional ownership, okay, which just gives me a little bit more confidence when it goes into buying this, because I want to ride on the shoulder of these giants, guys. I don't want to just sit here and expect the market to go up. I want other big boys that have the big pants on. I want them to be behind this. John Hammer says, good morning, Davey Dave. Good morning, Johnny John. It is good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us for pre-market prep. I think we had some data come out today with a PPI, was it? I don't see it coming up across the news on the SPY. But if you find it before I do, let us know, man, because you were on top of it last time. Retail sales boom in January. Here's the word on the street. What's it mean for the Federal Reserve? That was the 15th. Today's 16th. You would think it would have came out, but maybe it doesn't come out to 8:30. Actually, I don't think it comes out till 8:30. But yeah, I need to figure out where to pull up. I don't know. Maybe I just need to not focus on that really, and do that some other time, so that way I know where things be. But TNON, this is a small cap that isn't looking very liquid at all. Probably just take this off my list. But yeah, we got RTW and SERA for our small caps today. VLON and IREN. IREN doesn't look like it's going to be doing much. It just pushed up well before earnings. Earnings came out, and then it looked like it was dumping off. So I'm going to get rid of that one. But VLON, yeah, it's trying to hold that area. We're still waiting on VLON, guys. So VLON yesterday, if you remember, a guy in here named Tony, he took this for a beautiful trade and got out here with like 7,500 shares, something. Great move. Hopefully brought a stop loss to break even wherever he got in, because it did pull back just like we had anticipated. We figured, I think we were looking at this thing on the 15, and I was telling you guys yesterday that we have these higher lows, and we've seen this push up, and I said I wanted to see a higher low. I imagined it was going to piddle out about 88 cents, but it pushed up over $1, and then it started to piddle out. So now that we're looking at this, if it continues to hold the 75-cent area and it can break these higher lows and we get another breakout here, it could be one of those that really, really move. But before I try and take a breakout like that, I'm waiting for these moving averages to catch up. I think a lot of other people are too, okay? So Roblox, you guys know that we are in this trade. I guess we should go over my trades too really quick, just while we're here. So let me pop open this active trader. So we are in this trade, and we're up about a coffee on this, okay? I like the way this was shaping up last night. Heck, if this broke out, I was so tempted to add more into this because we only have 5 shares. I took really small share size. because like I said, guys, I don't necessarily believe in Roblox. I really don't. I think it's a fad, just like every other video game has ever been. You know, they all come and go. Now, you'll have brands like Sonic and Mario. You'll have different brands that are going to be around for a while. Master Chief, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about when I say these names. You've heard of them before. Those are brands. They're going to keep coming out with new video games, though, because Halo 2 is not popular anymore. Mario, just regular Mario for Nintendo is not popular anymore. They're looking at new Nintendo Switch games and new games here and there. So when we're talking about Roblox, we're talking about one online game that's already like ancient. It's already old. I don't see kids playing it anymore. It's not like you can access it in virtual reality and every platform. I don't believe in Roblox. So I did take this trade though because I'm not biased against technical patterns. But I will say this, I'm not going to put a lot of my money into it if I don't believe in it, okay? So right away, I know Roblox, I'm like, nah, I don't believe in Roblox. But I like the technical pattern, so I did take the trade. Now, if this thing does start to pull back on me and stops me out, it's A-okay. Next time I go to take a trade, if I have any kind of bias against it, you know, I might shun away from it completely. But it is what it is. That's how I decided to take this trade. And now, since we've got to hold this for a whole day, we're going to go ahead and we'll put our stop loss on this. Okay, guys? So IVAC, you guys were here last week when I took this trade. I took very small share size right here on the breakout. We had 1, 2, 3 days. I got half of my shares out and brought my stop loss up to break even. We are still trading at $7.30 where our buy area in was $7. So we'll see if IVAC wants to do anything. But guys, this is only 3.5% mover. I took the breakout hoping, respectfully, that it would travel higher faster, but it did not. PPI drops at 8:30. Okay, that's what I thought. So the PPI data is going to be coming in real soon here, guys. So let me just go ahead and bring this up. Update. Oh, that's for IVAC. So let me bring up the SPY, and we'll see how quick this thing can drop at 8:30. And if it does, then we will be happy to share. We'll continue on with my trades though over on the left side. So let's go to the LPG. So while I was off air, I decided to take LPG because I keep talking about this, the fact that these will tank right as they're being given their dividend. So they pay $1 dividend. So every single share that you hold on this, they'll give you a, well, maybe that's wrong. But it's $1 dividend, so maybe it's $1 on a percentage of your account. Regardless, guys, this thing tanked off after it gave its dividends out. And as you guys, if I've told you guys, after these dividends, sometimes when we get a big drop like this, what'll happen is like you'll either find some buying power and it'll head back higher, or oh, look at that. So it looks like PPI just dropped, guys. Month over month for January, 0.7% versus the 0.4% estimate. So it looks like a producer price index. I'll just put it right here in the chat for you. Nope, that's not how I do it. This isn't how you do it. But yeah, core PPI. Let's see. Well, I don't even know how to copy that. But yeah, it looks like it's looking worse, guys. We had a big drop off. It touched that 410 that I've been preaching about for so long. Got bought right back up. So core PPI for January is 0.5 versus 0.3. So it is a little higher month over month. And that's personal price index. It measures the average change over time in the selling prices received by domestic producers for their output. The prices that include the PPI are the first commercial transaction of many products and some services. So PPI is what we're paying for what's coming in to the US. And if that's higher, then we know that we're going to be paying more money, and we know that that shows that that's going to hurt inflation, which is obviously a fear in this market. So Back to my trades, guys. Right there's that PPI, though. You can see how these data news releases can really affect the market. They can really change the direction of things. So as we go on this stream, guys, I'll get better and better at dropping this news, being able to put it up in the chat for you guys so you can see exactly what happens. And then we'll get the news here first, okay? So it's going to take some time, but each stream will only get better. I gave you the news right there about, I don't know, I'd say 5 seconds after I got it. I'd like to get it so right when it comes out, that 4 seconds delay on YouTube will be the only delay you'll have for all of the major updates, guys. So thank you for being here. I do appreciate you being here. Love and support me as I love and support you. I'm glad you're here for pre-market prep, guys, and making sure we can get ready for the day ahead. So now we are here trying to defend this 410 area. We see a nice little Wiki Wickerson on this 15-minute. As you guys know, I do like those wicks, but remember, after PPI drops, we're going to see a lot of influx. Okay, guys? So we will keep on carrying on. We'll see what's going on. Let me go ahead and run through my plays. So back again to Roblox. Look at this. Roblox having a nice little duty right here. Back down right where I bought it at. We're only up 50 cents now. I only can afford a creamer for my coffee. Good thing I drink it black, and we'll save that 50 cents for something else, right? All right, so TTD, if you guys were here yesterday on pre-market prep, just like you're here today for pre-market prep, you can remember that we talked about this big gap up here. I think it was 14% when it opened. It was 15% when it opened. I was close. I was close. You can give that to me. It pushed up here. It opened up. It created this range on the 5-minute. So let's just zoom in on the 5-minute really quick for you. So here's the 5-minute. It created this range. Once it broke that range, we bought in, guys, and we bought in with a small 20 shares. And that 20 shares has now produced us a nice little chunk of change. We're up about 127 bucks. Before this drop here, we're up about 150, 160. But guys, if you know my trading, I'm in this for at least 3 to 5 days, depending on how the market shapes up. Then I take half out then, and then I wait for this 10-day moving average to catch up, and I'm either going to get out at my break even after that 3 to 5 days, or I get out after that 10-day moving average gets breached. And if it closes below that 10-day moving average, then I'm also out. So best case scenario is I get out at the 10-day moving average after it breaks through. Worst case scenario is I don't get to stay in this thing for 3 to 5 days. It comes back down and breaks me out for a $40 loss. Okay? So some of you might be shaking your heads and saying, well, why wouldn't you just take profit now? Well, that's not my trade. I found the best way to be profitable in this thing is to get in while the getting's good and then keep it hands off for 3 to 5 days. Let it cool down. Let the people get all wishy-washy and try and whipsaw people out of here, you know. Because look, guys, if you were really excited and you got in on, let's say, this part, 64, 39, and it took off, it comes all the way back down, and it's, you know, it starts touching where you bought in, or it just breaks through slightly. They might whip you out. And if they whip you out, then there's less competitors when they want to sell their stock higher. So what I do is I just sit back, relax, let the market do its thing, and we'll see what happens. So this thing, we might open and might shoot up to the moon, and we might be up there with the American flag counting our chicken tenders. But on the other hand, this thing might just stop me out today. Okay, guys? But that's okay. That's part of trading, and we will live to trade another day. Next up, Tesla. Oh, Uncle Tesla. You always know, find a way to hurt me. So we took 5 shares on this breakout, guys, yesterday, and we hung out. We hung out with Tesla for an awfully long time. It is extended above that 10-day moving average, but you guys know that I do love trading Tesla on these breakouts. Well, Tesla is not looking very formidable. It looked like a nice little hourly cup and handle. And then if you look at this long term, you see this long term cup and handle with a little wobbly base here. So it's not the prettiest thing, guys, but we are in it, and I'm not really caring for it breaking down this area. So part of me wants to get out some now, but I think we're going to wait till market open, let things cool down, and see if this can hold that 410 area. If it can hold that 410 area, I think Tesla will be okay, even though that is more weighted on the Qs. So we're gonna have to come back to this one. Not gonna lie, P&L since open down 20 bucks. I don't care for that much. I don't care for that at all. Part of me wants to just get out now because it broke my buy-in area, and I don't necessarily have a stop loss on this. I'm playing the breakout and expecting the breakout, and if it doesn't get past that breakout, then I want out. So I think we're just going to take care of this, and hopefully it makes me a laughing stock and this thing takes off for any Tesla holders. But this just isn't looking that pretty, you know? It's really not. Ugh. Part of me just wants to wait till till the opening bell, but we still got an hour before that happens, guys. So, good morning, Stu. It's good to see you, brother. Good to see you as always. So, guys, we can always get back into this trade. I'm just going to go ahead and let this one go because I do not want to take a big loss ever. So we're going to go ahead and let this $20 loss go on Tesla, and that's no big deal. We're just going to go ahead and chalk this one up as a bad play because I usually don't play cup and handles on the hourly, and I do like playing the breakouts. My breakout trade was back here. We missed that trade, but we have taken plenty of trades on Tesla, so overall we are up on the month for Tessie, Uncle Tessie. So this is probably the worst place to get out. Maybe I should have added, but guys, hey, that's part of trading. We're going to come back and identify this and see if it ends up becoming a better trade. Now, Microsoft, same thing, guys. I took Microsoft right here in this area off of the VWAP breakthrough, and now it looks like Microsoft is having itself a nice little duty poo. So I think we're going to go ahead and get the heck out of Softy. Let's take a peeky day. Oh, I have a beautiful announcement to make today. If Ginger Hopper is in the building still, we have to say happy birthday, Ginger Worrell. She is my mother. So if anybody else is in the chat, send her those birthday wishes because it is her birthday. So happy birthday, Mama. She is I almost said 60. I almost said 16. But we'll just keep the number off the air, and we'll just put your weight out. We'll just tell everybody how much you weigh instead, because that's probably more formidable. But happy birthday, Mom. I'm only kidding. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear mother. Happy birthday to you. So, I hope you have an awesome birthday, Ma. I hope Matt buys you a whole bunch of really cool things that you want. I'm just kidding. I know you don't care about that, but happy birthday, Mom. I hope it's very special, and I hope you have a wonderful day. I really do. So, all right, back to Tesla, guys. We're gonna hold on to Tesla here. We're gonna see what it does in this area. I think if it does break down anymore, because this is just kind of my area of like, hey, it needs to hold. And this 266 is important because if you look back here, it's bonked its head 2, 3, 4, and then this will be its 5th time on its 10-day moving average. So we're gonna have to hold out on this to see what happens. We're down, a small 10 bucks on this thing, no big deal. So we'll see what happens. I have a feeling that this PPI is probably gonna shake quite a few people out, but it is what it is. Let's see what else we got. LPG. So the LPG is one that I took. My deciding factor was I'm expecting this to fill this range here, this liquidity in its pre-market drop off, all this big sell off. Whoever did all that, there's a big range here that needs to be filled, and I think we might be able to fill it. So I took a really small share size into it to see what we can do. So. Back to SPY, guys. Coming back down to that 410 area. We're going to see what it wants to do here. It's just not looking the prettiest. This big sell-off here. Not a ton of volume, but hey, it is what it is. She probably wasn't even in chat, and I sung for her. Mother, you better be in chat. You better have heard that. I used my angel voice in order to sing for you. But guys, when it comes to earnings, I bring up the earnings every single day, and I put the earnings down here on the left-hand side. These are all the earnings that are going to be coming out for the day. Some are coming out this morning, like Digital Ocean Holdings. This thing right here had a very small gap up. It's only 8.4%. And as you guys know, I don't care unless it's over 10%. That's the only way it's going to catch my eyes, is if I have one of the earnings that are over 10%. GNC, good guacamole. What the heck happened, GNC? GNC come just barreling down, touched this 614, and got bought back up to that 670, 667 area. Okay, if we look at this thing on the 5-minute, look at this. Look at this big tank, guys. There's a lot of volatility going on right now in GNC's pre-market. So if you are in it, please be careful. Hold on to your pants. Make sure you know your risk, because this thing could really get wild here, guys. Really get wild. It looks like somebody big sold here, and it's not the prettiest picture. But it needs to hold. It needs to hold this 650 area, or GNC is looking like it might be a shorty. Shorty. Let's look at AI. So AI is still continuing higher. It's not at its highs. It's trading above its 10-day moving average now, and we'll see if it wants to follow this 10-day for a little bit, maybe squat down on it to find us a nice little trade. Let's see here. These are just the 6.3 and 1 month scanner. I actually got this from look at Shop. This is why we don't gamble on earnings, guys. This is why we wait till after earnings comes out, and then we react to what the earnings wants to do, right? So if you thought Shop was going to do good, or if you thought Shop was going to do bad, either way, nobody knows until their earnings come out. Nobody knows except for maybe the insiders, and even then, they're not supposed to be trading, right? So Shop comes out, it shoots up, it gets filled at this high, and then it just tanks off. You know, now from here we can wait for a pop up so we can continue to short it. That would be one way to play this, but playing this before earnings is a no-go for me. So Nvidia is also selling off. Looks like we're seeing a lot of selling off of this PPI data, guys. So this PPI data is showing some significance in the market. Again, we're talking let's see, US PPI year over year for January, 6.0% versus the 5.4%, estimated 6.5% prior. So let's see, December was 6.5%, January 6.0%, and it was versus the estimate of 5.4%. So we're definitely coming in higher for the PPI report, and it's definitely showing a negative correlation in the market. Are we going to be able to defend this 410 area or not? We will have to wait and see. This is not looking too healthy, but like I said, guys, this 410 area is where we're going to want to hold. Now, back to Microsoft, knowing that we're having these big pullbacks, knowing that this 265 area is on its 10-day that it's been defending, and knowing that it has history of bonking its head, and looking at this as more of a cup and handle, I do like Microsoft as a dip buy here. This isn't a buy or sell recommendation, and I'm probably not going to buy it in pre-market, but we'll have to see how it shapes up. But this isn't looking too good right now. Things are looking to the downside, guys. They are looking to the downside. So if we can actually catch a bid here and create another new lower high, okay, this might be a great opportunity for me to actually look at the DraftKings, because I've been wanting to get into DraftKings. Wow, I'm having a brain fart, guys. And SoFi, we're gonna want to look to. I'm gonna want to look to get into those. Man, I cannot think of what is DraftKings' dang ticker symbol. Holy guacamole! I'm kicking my own butt today. DKNG. I thought that's what I typed in. Holy crap! So DraftKings isn't getting nearly the pullback I expected it to. Holy crap! I was thinking this thing would be all the way back down to that $16 area. But if you guys remember, when I took DraftKings, man, I was averaging into this thing just above the 200-day while it squatted on the 10-day. Once it broke out, I got in. We were up big. I averaged back in because I wanted to get 100 shares of this thing, and look what happens, guys. I get out when it breaks, and it takes off 2 days later. That's part of trading. But here's the thing, guys. I can't get back into this anyway because guess when is earnings? Today. Today's its earnings. It's going to be, it looks like aftermarket, I believe. Let's see. Aftermarket. Yep. So aftermarket DraftKings. SoFi is having a nice little pullback here. SoFi is another one that we bought. We bought on the earnings breakout. It took off. It came all the way back down, and it got us out for break even. I made a few bucks off of this, but it wasn't anything. It really wasn't anything to even talk or brag about. Here we go, SPY looking like it's really wanting to break down here on this 15-minute. Can it hold this 409 area that it got bought up last time? It's really looking. Thank you, Stu. It took me a little bit, but I got it. It took me a little bit. I haven't had enough coffee yet this morning, so here. We'll have another sip. Here, cheers to you. I know you're probably not even in chat now, Mom, but we sing happy birthday and everything for you. What the heck? That one's for you. We love you. All right, SPY. SPY trying to hold that 409, and as I speak, it breaks through, guys. Look at that. Bears are coming out of the woodwork. They are trying to take the bulls down. Things are looking pretty shifty right now, guys. Pretty shifty. So that makes me want to get that heck out of Dodge on my softy trade. So let's go ahead and take this small loss really quick, guys. MSoft. And this is what's great, guys. You know, when I'm on air here and I do this live, you can see that I'm taking small losses, okay? Taking small losses. This is going to be a $10.89 loss. Okay, I'm going to ask to join right now, and we're out of there. We took a small loss on Microsoft for $13.26. Maybe it should be a little bit more than that, guys. That's how much I lost for the day. This is more of a $20 loss, so don't look at this number here. It's more of a $20 loss. So hopefully we have enough leeway in TTD to hold on to this. And watch the market try and shape back up. But these Microsoft and Tesla were too early of trades to really want to try and hold off into seeing what this PPI data is actually going to do to the market. So if we look at the SPY, if we look at the Qs, it's not looking the best. It's really looking like a hard sell-off. Okay, and this will scare a lot of people out of the market. As you can see, it did make me exit a few of my positions. But here's the thing. I exit my positions now before they become a large loss. I can always get back into these positions. So you need to understand, as a trader, you need to be able to accept when you're wrong. I was wrong for being in the Microsoft trade, and I was wrong for being in the Tesla trade because it's breaking well down from my buy-in area. Okay? So where was my sell-in area on Tesla? My sell-in area, or my sell area, was my buy-in area because I like to see when I get in Tesla, I want to see this thing break out almost immediately. If it doesn't, then I want out of that trade. I don't want to be in this trade, okay? You know, Mom, listen, I know that you're texting now, but did you not see all the happy birthdays? Were you not here when we sang to you? Goodness gracious, Ma. Good morning, Pickles. Good morning, Tony. It's good to see you, brother. Well, I'm just looking at your VLAN, actually, dude. VLAN's looking pretty... let's take a look one more time. Yeah, VLAN, you had that 7,500 shares here. You got some out here, and then it pulled back. It looks like it's bouncing off that 75-cent area again, just like I talked to you about yesterday, where I want to see it shape up, creating new higher lows, and continuing on the 75 cent, waiting for this 10-day moving average to catch up. Okay, so things are shaping up for VLAN. I do like VLAN, and we're hoping that VLAN, respectfully, hoping that VLAN will continue to kick butt, or at least trade sideways long enough so we can make some money off of it. Okay, so RTW still holding some of its gains, SERA still holding some of its gains, and VLAN also holding that sideways action. RBLX looks like it's breaking through that buy-in area. This is why we took small share size on this, guys, because I did not believe in Roblox. okay? So our main trade is TTD, okay? TTD, we want to see at least hold up around this previous VWAP area at $62. If it can hold this, I'll be happy as a clam, because then we can have a few more days for it to shape up and head higher. If not, this thing can go all the way back down and take me out for a $40 loss, okay? So we're just gonna wait this one out. We're gonna see if this market wants to find a bid somewhere, and to see if we can actually head on higher, okay? So we are out of Microsoft, we are out of Tesla, and we're still in Roblox. We are still in IVAC and TTD, okay? And LPG, okay? So we're gonna keep it on, and we're going to make sure we are well prepared for this market that is opening at 9:30. Thank you for joining me, guys. I am pumped to be here. My name's Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. If you haven't done it yet, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and we will be here every single day, Monday through Friday. And it seems like every time I open up my mouth to give this spiel, I always lose viewers. So I think I'm going to be done doing the spiel. I'll just start doing this, start pointing to my subscribe. Take a look up here, gentlemen. Take a look up here, and then I'll just start doing that. Sold at 0.88. Oh, 75,000 shares. Tony, you're crazy, dude. That's some crazy talk. Selling at 0.88. That's awesome, dude. That's a profit. Kicking butt, taking names, baby. I'm glad you're here. You are our low float high flyer, baby. You're the whale in the rough. So let's hope, and I say hope specifically because I do have hope for this market. I do have hope for your 401ks. I do have hope for your Roth IRAs, and I do have hope that we are going to make it to 500 subscribers in the month. I think we can do it, guys. Why not? Why not? I think I'm going to go sell myself at, like the malls. I'm going to go pass out flyers. I'm going to do whatever it takes to help join and bring more people into this community, so that way we can make the absolute best of this. We can make the best, biggest community, and I don't have to go back to work. I don't want to go back to work. I want to do this every single day for you, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. That's what I want to do. And heck, if I start catching more crap, I'm in Canada, no 401k. Really, I actually did not know that Canada doesn't have 401k plans. What do you guys have to invest for your future? What is it called out there in Canada? Because here we have 401ks and Roth IRAs, and a lot of times what will happen is you'll work, you'll put in money, and your employer will match that money. They'll match it at a percentage between 3 and 5%, I believe. They'll match that, and it's basically free money because you're not getting taxed when it goes in. I believe it's not getting taxed, or that's just the Roth IRA that's not getting taxed before it goes in. So the 401k, I do believe it does get taxed before it goes in, but don't quote me on that. But your employer will match up to 5% or 8%, whatever it is, whatever they decide to match. They'll match it as it goes in. It's called an RRSP. Okay, very cool. Puhare says, which software is this? What you're looking at is Thinkorswim. This you can download on the TD Ameritrade, the bank, TD Ameritrade. If you go there, you can open an account for, I think, as little as $100 or even cheaper. And then you download Thinkorswim, and this is on desktop. So that's a good question. How do I say that? Rahish? Am I saying that right? Rahish Puhari. I hope I'm saying that right. I hope I didn't butcher it too much, but welcome. Thank you for joining us today. If you have any ticker symbols that you're looking at, just throw them up there in chat, and I will happily run through those for you. Great to have you with us, though. So yeah, guys, we're just going to keep an eye on this SPY. And I'd love to see everything shape up to continue with our bullish sentiment that we have been so happy to see in the market. But with that PPI index coming out, it might have a little stutter step. But we will see. We shall surely see. Guys, check this out. If you are not, what I want you to do is click this live button. Make sure that you are up to date on the live stream. And of course, guys, if you scroll down here, you'll see this like button. Go ahead, smash that like button for me right here. Yeah, baby, I'm seeing the numbers go up now. It's looking really good, and I do really appreciate everybody being here today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, let's see what else we got going on, guys. We could run through our list. We could start with AEHR and move down the list because we have about 30 minutes till market open. What is the minimum balance required to trade? Rahish, I do believe the minimum balance is $10. I think you can start an account as little as $10 to $100 American, and I'm not 100% sure on that, but I would definitely say if you go to their website, you can get that figured out very effortlessly. Just go there and try to open up a bank account and let us know. Come back and let us know what you found. Have you seen TDMI yesterday? Any thoughts today? Sure, let me take a little peeky gander at TDMI, and we will, well, I'm not getting a TDMI. Make sure that you have the right ticker symbol, and then we will cover that. So TDMI, I do not have. I will check on my other account, TDMI, just to see. Yeah, I think that's an invalid symbol. So why don't you go ahead and take a peeky gander at that and see. Went over PBF the other day. Can we see the PBFX? Sure. So let's just refresh my memory with PBF. So PBF yesterday. So look at, guys, we have earnings on PBF today, and it looks like PBF gapped up. Looks like 8%. Okay, so that's looking very good. So now that we've refreshed our memory on PBF, we'll take a PBFX, which is a logistics, and it looks like it's heading down here. It's catching a bid. It looks like on some higher volume. Look at this. That's different. See this little 4.5 million blip that just got bought up right here at this area? It looks like this is a bit of an inflection point, guys. If I draw a line right here, this is a top and a base that it bounced off of. And look, it touched, or it looks like it's close to touching. Okay, see this? It looks like it's close to touching, but a nice volume spike just came in here. It looks like right in the aftermarket. Some unusual buying right here. It is trading above its 200-day moving average. It does look like it's on a nice uptrend here, guys. Nice uptrend. Okay, and it's looking like it's having a constructive pullback. So this pullback does look healthy because you don't want to ever see stocks go straight up. Okay, so I don't know anything about PBF, but it being logistics, I still don't know what PBF is. Okay. You are from India. Well, hey, awesome to have you here. Very happy to have you here. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button, Pohare. I would love to have somebody from India. We would love to have outside knowledge. We're trying to grow a mass of like-minded community traders, and if you're new to the market or if you're an experienced expert, I have all groups watching this show for the live commentary, for the call-outs, and for specifically the entertainment, I think, probably because I look so dang goofy with my curly mustache. So if you enjoy it, we enjoy you being here, so go ahead and hit that subscribe button, and you can see me every day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Nobody leave. Just because I'm chatting, nobody leave. I'm just kidding. So PBFX is looking good, looking great. Who do we appreciate? We're bouncing off the psychological area of $20. Let's take a look at some of our smaller caps like AI. AI is looking really good today, above its 10-day moving average. Absolutely loving the way this thing looks, but we want to see it squat down on that 10-day, get really, really tight, hopefully find a pennant and buy in. GNS. So GNS did end up holding in this area of $6. It's psychological support, and now it's starting to trail and head back into that area of $7. We want it to trade and try and hold around that $7. Carly says there is no minimum funding required to open an account for TD Ameritrade. Now that is cool. That is great. That is great news right there for you, Pohare. So hopefully in India they allow you to open up an account there because we would love for you to use the same charting as we do. It makes things a lot easier, so if you ever have any questions, I can show you how to plot the VWAP, how to plot these 10-day moving averages. She also says depends on what type of account you want to open and how much you need. So that's more relative to you and what your standards are and how much you want to put in. So hopefully this GNS does shape up for us really well. And hopefully, let's look at INZY. So that just popped up on my scanners. INZY just took off to the upside. We're up 25%. This might end up being a nice little pusher, but we will see what happens with it. We're just going to keep an eye on it. We cannot take any trades at this point on INZY. Why? Why on INZY can't we take a trade? Because I'm not seeing nothing shape up here, guys. We're just seeing a high push up, holding at 25%. Now we can keep this on our watch list and sit here and wait for the right time to strike, right? So keep an eye on INZY so we can see if it paints the right picture so we can get in. HEXO had a beautiful ramp up this morning, pulled all the way back, and now is trading sideways. So it gave all of its gains away. I don't generally look at these, but you know, this is something that we will come back to. We will come back. We will keep an eye on it just to see if it wants to continue to do more crazy things. Because if there's a ton of shorts in this, guys, and they haven't sold out yet, this could have a nice squeeze to the upside. We got 30 minutes, guys. 30 minutes until the market open. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate you. I do appreciate your time. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, and this is my break. When I take breaks, guys, it's about 5 seconds to take a sip of coffee. So if you do appreciate all my knowledge that I'm trying to upchuck and spew back onto you, go ahead and hit that like, hit that subscribe, because I am hard at work for you. I am the loudest coffee drinker. Let's go look at the indices really quick. Let's see how it's shaping up after the PPI index came out. It looks like we are trying to defend that $410 area. If we can, that would be a beautiful thing. We are starting to see some Wiki Wickersons down here on the 5-minute. Let's go to the IMW, also known as the Russell. The Russell. Let's see what the Russell can do down here at 192. Things are looking like they're shaping up. It is still holding this uptrend on the 15-minute. If it can hold that, it is looking like a beautiful and constructive pullback. So we want to see that across the board as well, guys. Across the board would be very nice. Just like this, you know, we're seeing this uptrend. It's not the prettiest looking thing, but we are seeing an uptrend here. So hopefully, if Netflix can, it will. TMDI, you know what? I'd seen that earlier, Tony, and I am so sorry. Let's take a look at TMDI. All right, now this is looking better. This is looking like a chart. So TMDI, Titan Medical. So I'm gonna need to know a little bit of background on this, but just looking at this chart, okay? I've played TMDI before, okay? And there's reasons for it. I like these gap and crappers, guys, and these are definitely some gap and crappers. You can see anytime this thing has gained any type of movement higher, it's sold off. It's only ever traded above its 200-day moving average for a little bit here, a little bit here, and a little bit here, but it's never actively traded over this for a longer period of time. So you can see we have these big pushes higher, these big pullbacks, it trades sideways for a little bit, and so it just gaps and craps, okay? So that's what I'm looking at here. We have this huge sell-off, okay? It looks like a bunch of those people that were short are exiting their positions here, and it looks like it's gapped up, and now it's crapped again, okay? Now, could this thing catch a bid and trade higher? It absolutely could. It absolutely could. But from the history of what I'm seeing on these things, this thing has gapped, and now it's crapped, and I don't want to look at it. So that's just my personal opinion. I'm not saying that's exactly what will happen, but that is what it's looking like. Pohare, I'm happy that you're here, buddy. I hope we're bringing you the best information that we possibly can, myself and the rest of the community. If you like it, I want you to hit that sub button, brother. Going to hit that sub button for me. Bring in some more of those viewers from India. We want to bring in the best of the best and the most beginners that we possibly can. It looks like we are up to 158 subscribers. So thank you guys so much. I was really hoping that my little my sub button accent thing would work up here, but apparently it's not. Howie, I need you to get your butt back over here so we can learn, or maybe I will do a deep dive tonight to figure out exactly how I can get this thing working for you guys, because that is just pure entertainment when that stupid picture of mine pops up here. Let me, you know what, maybe I'll bring up Streamlabs really quick and I'll just show it to you, and then you guys can tell me if you see it pop up. So Carly, if you're watching, do me a favor. I'm going to sign into this thing and I want to see if it will work. So let's see if I can get signed in here. I am. Let me go to the alert box, and in 3, 2, 1. Let me know if you've seen that up at the top there. If you've seen it at the top, that's what we're supposed to be seeing when we hit that subscribe button. That thing is supposed to be popping up. But again, guys, we're going to work every single day to make things better for you. So if it's not working now, it will be working soon. And shoo-wee, brother, we appreciate your support. So LPG, yeah, LPG is back up here, back where we want it. It looks like that GNS is trading around that $7 area, trying to hold out. TTD is still starting to curl, but like I said, guys, we're going to probably come back here and back test this accepted price area of $62. That's just the way stocks move, or come back down to zero and completely stop me out. No big deal. We got RBLX. RBLX looks like it is trading right below that buy-in area. No big deal. We're going to keep an eye on it. IVAC. IVAC, guys, this is just boring me. We're still in IVAC. We're still making money from IVAC, but, you know, it's not moving. So it's like, why am I even in this thing? I'm wasting my mental capacity on this. You know, I mean, I could just set it and forget it. I could just completely exit this and act like it's not even there. But I just, you know, when you see things on your, when you see, did you see the picture come up too? If you've seen the picture come up too, give me the thumbs up, please. But yeah, you know, this IVAC, I'm sick of wasting the mental capacity on that. You know, I'm sick of looking through it. So guys, we have about 23 minutes till morning open. So I'm going to fly through my stock ticker watch list just so we get an update. I like going through all of these tickers. The more we go through these, the better idea that we'll get. And we will be able to understand how things move, right? So AEHR, I've been watching this thing for a long time. It did bounce off the 30-day moving average, and it looks like it's shaping up very well. NEOV, we know what we're waiting on. We're waiting on that 10, 20, and 30-day moving average to catch up to help carry us on Wayward Son. TNK, we're waiting for that also to climb up and catch a bid so we can get in. This thing can pull back to this consolidated area and bounce off this 10 at about the 35-75 cent area. We will be doing a heck of a lot better. PDD getting tighter on its range, but not anywhere near I would want to touch this thing, simply because I've already taken this trade back here. I've already mucked it all up. Yes, I did make money, but I did not make nearly as much as I wanted to. DHT still looking like an absolute beast, trading up here. If DHT can just chill the heck out, calm down, and let the 10, 20, 30 moving average catch up, we might be able to find ourselves a bid. XM was a trade that we took, but because it closed below this 10-day moving average, we made our money. We are not still in the stock. DraftKings, we talked about DraftKings earlier with this huge pullback in the market. I'm very impressed with the way DraftKings has held up here. Okay, so this is almost reminding me of Tesla in a way, where it had this rising pattern, and then it broke through it, created a cup, and now it's creating a handle. Now this cup and handle that I'm looking at is on the 15-minute. Okay, I like to see my cup and handles like this. This is the cup and handle that I like to see. You have the hourly, it makes the cup, it makes the handle, and I bought in here. I didn't buy in because of a cup and handle, although it is showing me confluency across the board. I bought this because it was above a rising 200-day moving average, and it was above a rising 10-day moving average. We got in and we got back out of this thing when it broke my add-in area. Okay, yes, I am gonna cry about this. Yes, it does hurt to look at, but guys, I didn't take a loss. I protected myself, and I've been protecting myself because I have been coming out of a bear market. We've all been coming out of this bear market. We've all lost a little money, unless you're an absolute genius. I'm proud of you if you haven't lost any money. Pulled out your 401k, pulled out all your Roth IRA. But if you have any of those, or in Canada, unless you're in Canada, then you have a RRSP, then you've probably lost a little bit of money as well. And it's unfortunate, but we want to see things shape up. We want to see things take hold, and we want to print money now. So we are hoping, and I say that respectfully, that the market can hold off, that we can catch a bid, and that we can defend this 409.50, 410 area. And it looks like we are getting some of those Wiki Wickersons. That might be a great news for the morning, because we open in 20 minutes. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. I do not stop talking throughout the whole commentary. I do this for about 4 hours, and if you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that like, hit that subscribe, because I am happy and passionate to be here for you in the nerve center of B. Stewie's garage. In my my grandma has me up at her community room, so I get a bunch of older investors with their 401ks, with their Roth IRAs. They're watching nervously, chipping away at their fingernails, hoping that we see the market continue higher, and I hope to bring it to you too. So if we are here, we are there, we are everywhere. Let's go ahead and leave that subscribe. We are looking at spot. Guys, spot, I'm marked out on this. This is another continuation on earnings. These are my favorite type of trades, and that's why, because they're extremely powerful. If you take the market by surprise, you can get in risking your range. Okay, so we risked 406. We wanted to take this at 410. When we seen this, it was trading here. I will not chase. I will not chase. What state am I in? I am in the great state of Michigan, baby. I live right about here, okay? Close to the border, but if you're looking at Michigan, we like to use our hand, and I live right around here, right on the border of Michigan and Ohio. Where are you from? Oh, Tony, you're in Canada. What province, I believe, is what you would say. What province are you? Where do you hail from, good sir? Let us know in the chat, please, and thank you. And I know a lot of us here are from Ohio and from Michigan. If you are not, and I know that our newest member here is from India, which is awesome. We love to have you here. I'm glad that we're getting more of a diverse community in here. That makes me feel great about what we're doing. So yeah, if I haven't said where you're from, I want you to say it in chat, because I think a lot of us are from Michigan, Ohio. We got one in Canada, we got one in India, Ontario, out of Ontario. Great. We got a good friend in Canada now, baby. And Tony, as you said, you like making this part of your routine. That is where it starts. This morning routine, brother. Morning routine is always the best. It gives you a better idea of what's to come. And guys, this is a perfect reason why we exit our trades when they break the 10-day moving average or our stop loss. So here's where we got in. We made our money after that 3 days. We pulled our stop loss up to our break-in area, and look, it broke it. We exited. We made our money. We didn't lose any money on the last half, and look, we could still be holding this thing, guys. That's why I preach. We do not hold. We are not bag holders on this channel, okay? Know your risk. Know where you're going to exit, because if you don't know, then you're going to lose money. You're going to be that bag holder that holds onto this thing till it comes all the way back down to here, 38. You're whining and crying, and then it comes back up, and you exit the position when that's where I'm buying your shares because it's looking strong, and then I'm just buying your shares that you're getting out. I'm printing a little bit of money. I'm exiting half my position, and then I'm bringing up my stop loss, okay? Don't be that guy. Be this guy. Don't follow my trades, but learn from me, guys. Learn about risk, learn about reward, and learn about how we can make that Rari. I'm an old retired, biting my nails too. Go blue. Yeah, baby. I like it, Stu. Yeah, man. So the great thing about your 401k, your Roth IRAs, things like that, because it does follow the market. Over the past 100 years, we've had an average percentage return between 7 and 9%. 7 and 9%. So if you have a good amount of money in there, as long as you're not spending more money than you need to, you're always going to see your money gaining value, okay, over the long term. Maybe not last year, maybe not the year before, well, the year before you should have seen some profits, but I know last year everybody took a pretty big hit. Okay, so now we might have to trade sideways for a while before we see it come back up. But as of this year, guys, as of this year, we have been heading higher, making new higher lows, and things are looking pretty. Okay, but like I've been saying, I want to defend this area because if we break down from this, it's going to get people nervous. We need to defend this 405. We need to defend this 400. But first, we need to defend this 410. When I say defend, it doesn't mean buy as many shares as you can. I mean, we need to keep an eye on this. And as long as it looks like we are shaping up like we are, it looks like we're slowing down, the buying is starting to come to cease, we might see a nice area to buy in. Okay? So let's keep on keeping on. Let's see if we can get through these tickers before we only got 15 more minutes. We got ELF. ELF popped up and ELF is kicking butt. Now ELF looks like it's trying to wait for us so we can buy into, but it had a beautiful earnings gap up. It would have shaken me out. I would have never played this, guys, because if I would have been on the range, it would have got me out first of all, and I would have not taken the trade the next day, okay, because this range is huge. Matter of fact, if I was in this stock, we still wouldn't even be up 1R if I decided to take this, meaning one risk. If I had to risk this, I would be risking, because it's such a wide range, I would have had to risk 10%, and I would have only made 6% so far. So risking 10% on one day and then waiting a week and a half just to get 6%, not even 1R of my risk, is not worth it. So 5 a.m. club, meditation, cold shower, and you're live. Check TA. Holy cow. So TA. So let's go TA. Yep, this is looking like a reverse split or something. So let's take a look at the news. Service properties and winners, and it landed a deal. Let's see. Benziga Pro top 5 stocks to watch for the day. BP acquires Travel Centers of America for $1.3 billion. So it looks like they have acquired. So Travel Centers have acquired, or BP is to acquire the Travel Centers. So I believe these are gas stations, right? So the gas stations, Travel Centers, you see them on the side of the roads. They're very popular for truckers. They have big buy areas, you know, anywhere. It's like the gas stations. You definitely can go in and find a souvenir. Like they have all the souvenirs of all the different places you could buy. So yeah, it looks like they got bought up here. Tons of news on it. Trust agrees to amend lease terms upon completion of BP's acquisition of Travel Centers of America. So yeah, they got bought up by BP. So now Travel Centers has been bought up by BP. Now they're trading well above. We're talking 84.49. Okay, so now that BP has them, these guys are worth quite a bit of money. So if anybody had TA somehow, some way, if you were in that, it was an extremely slow mover, so I would have never looked at it. But yeah, it gapped up, and congratulations if you're in this, guys. Congratulations. So where were we? Let's look at Ford. All right, so we're going to take a little peeky gander here at Ford. And Ford looks like it wants to, drum roll please. The heck is my marker? There we go. It looks like it's just trading sideways, guys. It's still working on trying to find an area to push through, but it is above its 200-day moving average, so that is a positive note. Carvana here is bouncing off this this 10-day moving average and this psychological 250 area, which is its base that it formed last week. So it came back up and it smacked into its resistance, okay, and now it's going to fall back down. At least that's what it looks like it's going to do. These are only opinions, guys, so do not make any buy-sell. These are not buy and sell recommendations. So if you look, just a quick example right here, it formed this new higher low. It did break out, and then it came back down. It broke through its support. It came up to now touch its what used to be support is now resistance, and now it's going to head back lower. At least that's the way it seems to me. That is my opinion. Yep, building one on Turnpike on BP is doing new solar farm close to me. Yeah, so solar farms, guys, that's a big one. That's a big hot sector as well. And I got a buddy of mine who does all those solars, and we will actually get into solar if we have enough time. We got about 10 more minutes. So SECO Guys, look at SECO. It's still holding those at this area. Now, SECO does look like it's losing liquidity. We might not, this thing might not hold up for very much longer, but because it reclaimed this area, I am interested. So we will keep an eye. I will set a little alert here in case something crazy happens that I can let you guys know. So Snap, Snap. So Snap is still trying to hold some of those gains from its earnings. So its earnings had this big gap down, and then it pushed higher, and it pushed right up into its 200-day moving average, bumped its head, came back down, and is now finding a bid on its 21-day moving average. Things are looking good for Snap if it can hold here, okay? SPY is trading at 409.15. We want to see it hold here, guys. We really want to see this hold here for a more bullish bias sentiment. If not, then we will have to change our game plan to plan B, and nobody likes plan B. SLQT still holding these highs. Look at this, guys. And SLQT is one of those where if we would have bought this range, okay, on the 5-minute, not on this, but on the 5-minute, we would be up a nice chunk of change, guys. So SLQT broke out. It formed this high, tight wedge, and when it broke that top, it carried on Wayward Sun. It pulled back a little bit, but now look, it pushed up even higher. Now it's trading at its highs, around its highs. Its highs were at 254. It's trading at 231 right now, so it's looking really good for SLQT. And yeah, I really like this trade. We're gonna just set an alert on SLQT so that we have an idea of when this thing wants to break out. And actually, what I want to do, excuse me, sorry about that big yawn. We're gonna draw like a downward trend line here, and then what we'll do is we'll bring this mark and we'll squat it right down on top of it. So if it starts to break out of this area, I want to know about it. I want to alert you guys about it, and then maybe from there we can find a good risk-reward trade. JSPR, we've played this once. It's just consolidating sideways, and that's why we got out. Boring. KPRX, trading down below. We were looking for a breakout on this formed wedge. If it broke out, well, you know the drill. We would have taken a small trade, maybe make some tasty tendies. XPON had a beautiful sell-off at the end of the day, but is finding a bid at 345. We'll see what it can do. HSCS, we're still keeping an eye on this because this was the bounce gap short that I pointed out to you guys. This is why you always need to be leery when shorting. You need to always look to your left. You need to always know where your highest areas of liquidity is, so that way when it bounces up into it and it gets sold off, you're not shocked and surprised, okay? So, ACLS is continuing higher despite the way the market is looking, and it wants to continue to use this $10 moving average as its bid to continue higher. Market is trading at 409.19. Now for our AI stocks, we are going to look at a few laggers, and then we will look at the leader. BBBY still looks like it's trying to find some support on that 21-day moving average and that psychological level of 350, currently trading at $4.12. GFAI trading sideways, bouncing off that 21-day moving average, but this is what I mean by things shaping up, guys. Even if you look back here, they make crazier highs, they trade sideways, and then they push higher. Okay? After it pushes higher, it pulls back and it tries to consolidate. After it consolidates, it pushes higher. It pulls back, it consolidates, okay? And now it's been consolidating for quite some time. It did break this $14 area, which is pretty important. But we also have this top. This thing looks like it could explode if we find liquidity and if we find the right time. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to go ahead and draw this trend line down here like this. Okay, I'm going to set my alert for just above this. So if this thing does end up taking off, we can be first to know. If we're first in and first out, we can print some tasty tendies and we can dip it in some honey mustard sauce if that is what you enjoy. We have 4 minutes, 40 seconds till market open, so we're going to try and get through these, okay, guys? PGBY, I told you guys when they had at market open, they were up over 20%, that I didn't like this concept. I didn't even want to play this range, so we did not play that earnings gap up. AI is looking good. We know it's trading above its 10-day moving average now, and things are looking like they're shaping up. CRDO, no, this thing dropped off the face of the earth, and I even thought maybe we buy this bottom up to see if we can trade higher, but I'm not very good at those buying those dips just yet. So LPG, LPG, we're going to see what happens. It's very small share size in LPG. We just want to see it fill that liquidity gap. ASUR, so we were watching ASUR because we wanted to see a breakout here. We did catch the breakout, but after it came down, it stopped us out, and we have a good reason why. We have risk management, and that's because when it stops us out, we are out of the trade and we are done, but we want to continue watching it to see if our analytics were correct. We have 3 minutes, 30 seconds till market opens. CETX, we are waiting for this thing to catch a bid on the 10-day moving average. It has broke down. We probably won't be watching that for very much longer. GSUN also is breaking down, and it looks like it's being pretty sad. The only thing we have hope for GSUN is if it comes down to consolidation around $2, then we can find a bid on possibly that 21 moving average. ICBX, and ICBX beat me up a few times, guys, but it's A-okay. We took small share size on it. I did try to buy this dip, which would have been pretty tasty because we would have got out of the 10-day moving average for a small win. But because it hurt me, we didn't get in on this. We got out and we stayed out. CORZQ looks like it's finding a bid off that 26-cent area, and it's going to try and continue higher. This is a ultra volatile penny stock, so be careful with that. EMBC, I was watching this and we marked this, guys, for our risk reward. The range was pretty high, but it is what it is. And if things weren't what they were, we would be in an alternate universe, wouldn't we? OSUR, I looked at this for the earnings gap up, but it did not gap up that high, and it sold off right at open. NU looks like it's giving most of its gains back. SMCI, I believe this is a it's a super microcomputer is with SMCI. These microcomputers are pretty hot. I have this marked out for a nice cup and handle for it to push higher. 2 minutes till market open. We're going to see if we get through this. RVNC, this is just a ticker that I'm keeping an eye on to look to try and get in a bid. I did like this push up here on high volume. It looks like institutional ownership. If we can find a nice bid on one of these moving averages, I will definitely be looking to get in there. ALGM is still trying to push higher, looking beautiful, looking absolutely beautiful. GNS still wanting to push down. It looks like we're seeing some sell-off. Now here's our solar stocks. We got a minute and 30 seconds, so let me run through this. Our solar stocks looks like we are bouncing off these trend lines. I do have them marked out at the top because we do want to see this cup and handle play out. Okay, it's looking very good. Same thing with ARRY. These are our 2 leaders in the solar stocks. So if you're interested in solar stocks, put ARRY and FSLR on your ticker list. We have 1 minute till market open, guys. So I hope you were here for pre-market so you can see what's going on. Now, we have Airbnb, okay? We have this marked out, but I did not take this trade because I will not trace. Also, we have TTD. This is where we got most of our money allocated. We're up to about $119 from yesterday on this ticker. We can expect more if the market wants to hold this 408 now. We're trading at 408, almost 409, 408.97, guys. So keep an eye on that, because if it breaks, this thing could really break. The PPI index was a little higher than normal. So if I bring up the news, you guys can remember the US PPI year for January was 6% versus the 5.4 estimate. 6.5% prior, okay? So, we are down on the month, but it is not down lower than what was expected. So, we're going to see what happens, guys. I will say this, I do hope we can hold out, but it looks like we're charting to trade lower before the open. So we will see. We're going to have to see how everything shapes up, guys. We did get out of, and that is market open. Here we go, guys. Welcome to market open. Let's do this. We got our eye on SPY with a huge sell-off there. I want to take a look at Microsoft because, guys, when I seen Microsoft, MSoft, we know that this is a very interesting area, this 266, and it did just break down below it. So if it can get back up through there and come back and retest it, this might be a nice buy-in area. I do want to keep an eye on Tesla as well today. So Tesla did get us out. It shook us out for that 20 bucks, and I told you guys this might be an area where, you know, we don't want to get in or get out. We might want to add into it, right? Because this is a new confluent, a new interesting area. So FRHC just popped off. FRHC, let's take a look at it. FRHC just took off. Look at this, breaking this high of 71.80. opening up, looking very pretty. AMAM, wow. When's the last time you guys see AMAM pop off? This thing is back up. It looks like right in its consolidation area. I'd be careful right here on that. I do want to go back to FRHC just really quick to take a look. Yeah, it's only a 2.7% mover. So we'll go back to AMAM because it moves 9.7%, which is a lot faster. It created this range and this sell-off, but it caught a bid just in its breakout area. I'm not too interested in this because I'm not seeing much going on here. We're going to have to see AMAM shape up. So we'll put this on the ticker list, but we won't give it too much credit until it starts shaping up. SERA just trading sideways. VLON sideways. RBLX looks like it's starting to break down here. It might end up stopping us out. My main watch is TTD. We're hoping this thing will do well. WST really taking off here. Gapped up on earnings. Let's see. It's trading. Wow. Do not trade this. VST. So it gapped way up. But guys, I'm talking a $7.75 gap in its buy. So if you accidentally hit that buy market on this, you are immediately, on however many shares you buy, you're immediately going to be down like $10. That's ridiculous, guys. Holy guacamole. The bid is tightening up, but it's definitely not something that you want to be in. And, you know, maybe you do. Maybe that's how you play, but I can't play crap like that. I cannot. So let's go ahead and take a look at the SPY here. Like I said, we were hoping to see a little bit of a some buying pressure here because we are in that 410 area, and we know, guys, this is a big consolidation area. Look at this, big consolidation, big tops here. You know, this should be the area that if you are a bull, you're trying to defend. If you're a bear, you want to see it break down from here. Okay, so it is a very important pivotal area. Because I want to defend this, I will say out loud, I would love to get into some of the stocks that I've been speculating on, like ARRY for solar. To me, this would be, this is something I'm just looking at. It's been bouncing off this upward trend line. It's back into my original buying area from back here because I was playing this cup and handle. And it sold off. So this is a very interesting area for me personally. You know, if the market shapes up, this could look really good for ARRY. ARRY also moves 7.8%. Okay, so it's a pretty good mover. And it's one of the leaders in its space. Also, FSLR for solar. Now, First Solar does have earnings coming out on the 28th, so we do need to be careful. It's time for me to take a quick sip. Dipping mine in sprinkles. Heck yeah, dude. Dip that. Dip it. Dip it. You're probably trying to say dip it into my sprinkles. Well, you go ahead and dip. You dip, baby. You deserve it, B. You're retired. You've already done your work. I hope you enjoy your time off, and I hope you enjoy your sprinkles. Now that's some good coffee. That is some good coffee, ladies and gentlemen. So, let's see. So it looks like the SPY is trying to push. It does want to come back over this 410. Hopefully it can just blow right through it. Act like that PPI never happened. And we can keep on trading higher. But we will see. Only time will tell. We are not hindsight Henrys. We are history-making Henrys. And that's what we're trying to do today. Make history. Throw some vibrations out there in the air. Get them recorded. And learn a little something on the way. So, it looks like TTD is looking like it's wanting to hold this area, which is a beautiful thing, especially with the market looking like it's wanting to sell off and TTD is still looking strong. Yeah, looks like SPY is taking a hit. We got Wiki Wickersons right off the top. But remember, guys, the first 10 minutes and usually the first hour is extremely volatile in the market, so you need to be really careful. War cry. See that? If you don't, it's right here. It's right there, guys. It's right there. Let me go ahead and hit the refresh on this and make sure we're caught up to date on everything. We got 12 of you watching now. I do appreciate you being here. I hope you were here for market prep so we could get you ready for the day. WST looks like it ramped way up and started to sell off. Let's see if it closed its range a little bit. We still have a $6 range on West. So that is looking yucky pucky. But look at Crocs, guys. When's the last time you decided, hey, I think I'm going to invest my money in Crocs? Right? Isn't that crazy? But I tell you this, if you would have invested any time this year, you would be up some money. You'd be up a nice little chunk of change. So it looks like, yeah, any time since last year, around August, you would be up money, which is very interesting because not the most typical stock that I ever would have thought would be doing that. Now I could have taken Crocs because I was looking for an area to try and buy in Crocs, but I'm not going to take this. I already missed my opportunity. We're looking at the 5 minute here. My entry would have been here at this 135, but it's not up that 10%, guys. So this isn't my trade. It's not my trade. We got the market heading lower, 408.56. Okay, that PPI index is showing that it does not want to hold. IMAM is still pushing higher. It looks like it's alleviating a lot of those shorts. This is a beautiful push for AMAM, and if you guys were here for the pre-market prep, this came up on my alert, and we went over it. INZY, so it looked like it added higher, and it's having a sell-off right at market open. CISO just trading sideways, not really anything relative, and RTW also just trading sideways, not much going on. So AMAM is our small cap float watch for now. Other than that, we don't have very much going on, guys. It's just waiting for this market to catch a bid. It's a very big sell-off, and if we can find the low, we might be able to find some better risk entries. So what I want to do is bring up what I've been looking at, DraftKings. DKNG is selling off beautifully. We're going to see how far this thing can come down. It looks like it wants to find a bid somewhere in the 17 area because that's where its previous consolidation was, and it's on its VWAP. Also, this is the cup and handle breakout area. So we'll see if it holds here, but with the overall market looking like a straight dutyville, we might not. This gap down below this area, either we're going to catch a bid and we're going to rip people's faces off, or we're going to continue to head lower. We're going to make the bears happy today, boys. Make the bears happy today. And the great thing is about these titles, guys, is you might get some clickbait in the morning because people want to get in here and say, hey, we're not in a bear market, you were wrong. And that's okay because you come on in here and tell me I was wrong, and 5 minutes later this thing will rip your face off and I won't ever hear from you again. But it's okay, because here's the thing, guys. I absolutely love the market. I love what it brings, and this right here is just one of those things. PPI index, I pre-warned you in market that we might see a move. It might be volatile, and we talked about it at 8:30 when it came out. PPI index came out. It was higher than average, or higher than what was expected, and it sold off, and it had this continual selling off, and I told you we wanted to look for a buy around this 410 area. We are down and past that area at 408.26, and that's where we found our bid. Now, is the bid going to roll over? It's going to start turning over here and start heading higher. We don't know, but it does look like it is catching a bid. It does look like it is higher than normal volume than yesterday, so it is looking promising, guys. So RFHC is going off again. AMAM, Terry Robb, Mr. Gwaine Johnson. Oh yeah, let's go, guys. Let's go. I'm getting lots of love from the crew. We got Wiki Wickersons right here on the 5 minute. We got a nice little push here up in the market. It looks like we're finding a nice bid, guys. So we're going to see what we can do. Let's just look at our trades really quick. And LPG, still trading in that area. I shouldn't even be in this. It's still such a slow mover. 4.5%. Boring. TTD looked like it tried to sell off, but bought right back up at that $64 area like we were talking about. Let's see, RBLX. Well, look at that, guys, and that's why we respect our stops. because if I would have got out here because I'm nervous to lose even the smallest amount of money, we wouldn't be up to these now high of days at 45, 48 on Roblox. So things are looking very good for Roblox. Let's take a look at VLON, still trading sideways, trying to maintain that 75-cent area, now trading at 72 cents. SERA trading sideways. RTW sideways. Let's look at MSoft. Let's take a look at Softy here. Softy is trying to find a bid here. It looks like it's starting to wick off a little bit, and part of me really wants to take that trade. Let's take a look at Tesla. See, look at that. Tesla did end up stopping us out right around this area, and I said it's okay to take a $20 loss on this because I'd rather just take a $20 loss than this thing sell off and just completely poop all over the bed, and then I got a big mess to clean up, right? We can always get back in on this breakout area if things are looking good, okay? So let's just switch to the 5-minute to get a better sentiment of what the market's doing. This whipsaw action still, guys, it goes up, it sells off. It goes down, it gets bought up. So we still need a little bit more time to see what's going on in the market. But if I had to make a prediction, and that's all this is a prediction, it is not me saying that this will happen or it won't happen, but I do think we're going to see some buying area because I think this is a very important area to be buying in on the market. Okay, it's just below that 410, and it looks like there's a lot of buyers in this area. Okay, and if we can keep on getting buyers to buy in on this area and trading sideways, then we form a community that has a base, and then when it pushes higher, we know that those people are still there behind us, ready to defend that 410. So we'll see if we can get some of that buying pressure and we can continue higher, but only time will tell. Right now, it's just looking like we're trying to digest some of that information, okay? So, RBLX, right back up here at the tops. Just going to see what it's going to do at 45.26. We're up lunch on Roblox, so we gotta just give it a little bit more time to see what's happening. What are you guys watching? Throw it up in the chat. Let me know what's going on. If there's anything that you're watching that I'm not, let me know, because it looks like Crocs is now well above. We're up 13% on the day for Crocs. Look at that, guys. What a beautiful move. Also, PBF trading much higher after it breaks out of that 8%, and it's trading even higher. We brought up PBF a couple days ago for B. He said he was looking at the stock. I pre-warned you that it did have earnings today, and those earnings did look good. They did come out, and we were looking at an 8% gap up. Now, anything over 10 is where I will take my trades on these. So we were very close to taking a trade on PBF, but we wanted to see a gap up here before we got in. Now, I will say this, PBF is trading a lot higher than average volume. So this is looking very good for PBF, and I do really enjoy the look of it. So congratulations if anybody is in that. RCM, looks like RCM came out like wildfire, just coming out hot right off the morning, bouncing off that 10-day moving average, pressing higher. Now SPY, let's just take a look at the 5-minute one more time because we're too stuck on the 15. But we are getting some Wiki Wickersons off this bottom, and it looks like it's trading just below that VWAP area. We're going to see if it wants to break out and go higher. I have a good feeling about this, and I really think I should find some longs for today. We got Tesla that I could take. We got Microsoft that we could take. We got AARY that I could be looking at taking. We got First Solar that I could be looking at taking. And I like First Solar. It's in this really tight range here. It's on this uptrend. The only thing I don't like is earnings is on the 28th. So let's go back to ARRY and see if when its earnings. So its earnings are on next month on the 1st. So that doesn't look too bad, guys. Let's take a look at the spread on this. 21.97, so it's got like a 4-cent spread. That's not too bad. it is, you know, if you want to, you could draw something like this, and you could say, yeah, it's broke out here. It's pretty close to this breakout area. It's also close to my original buy-in area back here at this cup and handle. And, you know, we could try it. We could give this thing a shot because the overall market does look like it's wanting to push higher. So, you know, let's go ahead and we'll take 10 shares of this, okay? So this is gonna be what I'm looking at as a push higher. If the market goes higher, I'm gonna wanna see ARRY move higher. I do like this buy-in area. So if this thing can get me in, there we go. Now we're in 10 shares of ARRY, you guys, and we are gonna just see what this can do. Either this thing sells off and it stops me out, but we're in a small share size so that we can at least hold on to this for one day. If this thing wants to head higher and print us some money and make us some money, this might be something that we hold on to for months if it does our bidding, okay? So it's above all of its moving averages, and if the market wants to take off here, I have a great feeling that ARRY might be able to break out of this cup, multiple cups and handle, and if it can, this might be a new leader in the market, and I would love to be in it. I've been watching this thing for a very long time now, and I think ARRY might be one of our better longer term stocks if and only if it gets popular. So AMAM, guys, I wanted to point this out too. So AMAM, its highest traded volume is in this area, okay? It just blew through that and now it's pulling back. If it can hold the psychological $3 level and then trade sideways for a little bit, I think that this stock could actually have the potential of moving a heck of a lot higher, okay? So it looks like the market keeps wicking on this 5-minute. It's looking very good, very constructive, and I do like the way this looks, guys. Big sell-off here might give you a nice buy opportunity, but I am not telling you to buy or sell. These aren't any recommendations. I'm just trading for you every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until noon, except for this week I have some schooling, so I'll be gone at 11. If you guys are watching anything that I am not, go ahead and throw it in chat. I'd love to go over it. I'll give both sides of the story, bull and bearish bias, and if you like it, I'll like it as well. If I like it as much as you like it, I'll probably take the trade if it is under my discipline strategies. I use 3 here. I use the breakout strategy that I've been back testing. I am using the earnings gap up or the earnings continuation plays, which are also known as EPs. They are 2 separate types of trades. And what else am I playing, guys? I'm playing, what was the last one? Cup and handles. We do play cup and handles here too. We use the canceling method to help keep our investors safe. So we're in good stocks, not poopy stocks. You know, shapoopy stocks. You guys don't want to be buying no shapoopy stocks. You get it on your fingers. Next thing you know, you touch your eye. You got pink eye. Nobody wants no poopy stocks, right? Cool, good. I'm glad I got that out of the way. Look at this microchip, guys. This microchip on this 10-day. I mean, it makes me want to get 10 shares of this too. This is a beautiful stock. It's trading on this 10-day moving average. It looks like it's forming this cup and handle. All of its investors held out. It's trading above the 200-day moving average. You know, I like microchip technologies. I mean, this is looking pretty. Let's just take a look at the weekly. I just want to get a better idea. So yeah, it's trading well above that 30-day moving average. It's on a rising everything. It's really pretty stock. It really is. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a couple more days because I'm either going to buy this breakout, this cup and handle breakout, or I'm just going to wait a few days to see what actually happens. So this is how I'm going to draw it, and so that way if it does hit my alert, I know exactly why. We got a cup here, we got a handle here, and now let's make some money. So AMAM still trading above the $3, which is nice. SPY trading at 409.17. Just wanting to figure out what it wants to do here. Okay. ARRY. Right when we got in, it looks like it's like nope. We don't care if you're in our stock or not. We're gonna go ahead and play games with your heart and that's what they're doing right now. I'm down a cup of coffee, so as we're down a cup of coffee, I'm going to take a sip of cup of coffee, so hopefully it can keep us awake and alert and continually bringing you the best commentary that we possibly can. Brave man to trade these days. Well, here's the thing. You don't have to be a brave man to trade these days, Tom. You just have to know your risk reward. You have to know how many shares you're taking, so that way if you do take a loss, like we did today, we took a $20 loss on Tesla and Microsoft, but we are still holding out onto a lot of our winners because we let our winners run and we cut our losses quickly. For example, my biggest loss that I have taken this month is $20. My biggest win that I've taken this month is around 150. So if you do the math, my losses are a lot bigger than my losses are a lot smaller than my winners. And that's how you stay in this game. That's how you stay actively trading every day so you can extrapolate money from this market. So we've seen a big sell-off in the PPI index. We wanted to make sure we protect our assets by getting rid of those losing trades and holding on to our winners like TTD. So TTD is trying to find its way up here. We're up about $100 on TTD. We know we want to see some pullbacks. We know we want to see some consolidation before this thing can head higher. Will this head higher? We don't know, but we know our risk. We're only risking $40 on this trade. We are up almost 3R on this trade right now, but due to our disciplinary sell rules, we have to wait at least 3 days before we take half of our money out. 3 to 5 days depending on how the market plays out. So back to the stock market at hand. We're seeing a lot of these wicks. We're starting to see this starting to form, and we don't know, are we going to break to the upside or break down? We will see. Maybe this needs a whole day for the PPI index to digest down here just below 410. We will see. Thomas, it is awesome to have you here. Thank you for swinging in. Ginger's birthday today. Hi, everyone. Yes, it is Mom's birthday today, and we have already sang happy birthday to her this morning. I don't think that she was on. I don't think that she was listening, but we all wished her a happy birthday. So if she is listening now, happy birthday, Mom. We do appreciate you being here. Granny Ranny, it's awesome to have you here. You did forget an R in your name, Grandma, which is hilarious. I think that is one of the funniest things in the world. But if you're just joining us today, guys, we had PPI index come out today, and the PPI index came out as core PPI month over month for January was 0.5% versus 0.3% prior 0.3%. That was core, okay? The US PPI year over year for January was 6.0% versus the 5.4% estimate. The prior year was 6.5%, or the prior month was 6.5%. So it did come down from the month before, but it did not beat the expectations. Okay, so we are still seeing some inflation, guys. We're still seeing it pop up, and it could be very, very bad news, but I think the market has digested some of this. It is lingering in this area, and we're going to do one of two things. We're either going to accept it and move on higher, or we're going to tank and head on lower because this surprised the market so bad. But with this sell-off, seeing this sell-off, so the PPI index came out at 8 o'clock. Okay, so it came out right here, 8:30. Okay, so at 8:30 we had this fall right here, and it came all the way down to here. So we had a 1% sell-off. Okay, that's all we've seen. PPI came out, we had a 1% sell-off on the SPY. Now we're getting this information, and we're trying to see it head higher because we always want to have at least a small bull bias because everybody has money in the market. At least if you have a 401k or a Roth IRA. I tried to fix it, but no luck. Grandma, I don't know what you're trying to fix, but it's probably your remote to your TV again. And if it is, I will do one simple phone call to fix that for you. Let's go ahead and look at our other trades. So RBLX is still printing us money, guys. If you guys remember yesterday, I took this earnings gap, okay, gapped up, and then we bought this range right here, okay? You guys know I like to play this 5-minute range. When it broke out on this 5-minute range, we ended up buying in, okay? And then in pre-market, it came back down, and unbeknownst to me, this Roblox trade is trading a heck of a lot stronger than the actual market itself. And guys, that is why we look at technical analysis first and we look at fundamentals second, because technicals are very powerful. They show a very powerful move. So even if this stock, I don't believe in this stock, okay, I don't think that this stock's going to be here for 10 years. I'm trading the stock due to technical analysis. And that's why you don't have to be a brave trader in this, okay? You don't have to be a brave trader. You just have to be a smart, disciplined trader. So being brave will lose you money, but being smart, calculated, and disciplined will earn you money, okay? And if anything, it will keep you from losing a lot of money, okay? So any type of emotional trades we don't want to be a part of, guys. So that's why we make our marks, we set our stop losses, and we keep our hands off. We don't have sweaty hands or sweaty palms, and we can go to sleep at night knowing that we know where our money lays and where our risk is, okay? So that being said, let's go back over what's going on with the market. So SPY still trading sideways at $409, just trying to figure out what it wants to do. IVAC still trading sideways, not doing much of anything. It is a very boring stock to me, and I'm losing complete interest in IVAC. We have already made money in this stock, and we just moved our stop loss up to break even in order to ensure we don't lose any money and we keep a winning trade. Next up, RBLX. We just went over this, and man, it is strong compared to the market trading sideways. RBLX says, hold my beer, it is time to head higher. What else are we looking at? TTD. TTD is just trading sideways. We will see what it wants to do with the rest of the overall market. LPG. LPG is trading lower. We took very small share size on this, trying a new little liquidity fill from here to here. So we're down about 2 cups of coffee on this one, and I won't be holding on to this for very long because I just expected this thing to break on through. So what we'll do is we'll take the small $5 loss on this, because why? We take small losses, guys. If it doesn't do what I want to do right away, okay, I'm getting out. I'm taking a small $5 loss on this for an expected move. So look, my risk, it didn't work out. I lost 1.5% to try and gain 5%. So that is a 1 to 5 risk reward. We took the risk. We are traders. We're going to lose sometimes, okay? Now look, of course, I get out of here. You guys should be getting in. If you see me exit a trade, just know it's going to pop back up for at least a few pennies, right? So we're going to come back. We'll take a look at LPG again, but I won't be taking those trades until I won't be taking those trades on higher money. I won't be spending more money on these trades until I know I have better convictions on these liquidity fills, okay? So the market looks like it's still trading sideways, guys. We're at 409.35. Which way is it going to head? I think either way it heads, it's going to explode in that direction. That is just an opinion. It may or may not actually do that. But with the SPY trading at 409.28, we are anticipating a nice move here, okay? Hopefully it's to the upside because we got our money to the upside. So AMAM is just trading sideways at this 309 area. We're going to go through our indices, guys. Let's go through our indices. All right, top left is our indices. SPY is trading sideways. IWM, the Russell, looks like it had a nice little push up this morning, respecting that upward trend line that we drew on this, okay? We had a nice little uptrend line. It came back down, it tested it, it bounced right off of it, and now it's coming back down to test its VWAP. Netflix had a nice little sell-off with the rest of the market. It's trading at 35.51. Microsoft had a nice little dippy dip under this area, under that 266 that we brought up the other day. 266 is its 410 area. When I say that, I mean this is the area that we drew on 410 that kept bouncing and smacking its head. Well, same thing with Microsoft. It's bouncing its head and it's bouncing off this 266 area. So if it could shape up here, we might have the ability to trade higher. We're getting some wicks here off the bottom on the 5 minutes, so it's looking constructive, but we won't know for a little bit longer. Now, Amazon, we liked yesterday that it was trading above that 100-day. PPI comes out, and now it's trading below it. It found a bid at this 98.33, and now it's starting to trend a little bit higher. It's at 99.22, so we have more time to wait and see what happens. Meta, now trading lower, and it looks like it did break down that next area of 173. It's trying to get back up to that area, but this is more looking like a short to me than anything. Meta is still looking very, very weak. I almost want to take a short because it just has been so long since I've taken a short trade. I really do. I wonder, you know, I really would like to take a short trade on this just because it's been so long, guys. Do I even have what it takes to take a short? But this is looking weak. Meta is looking very weak. It's trading below its 100-day moving average, and it's very well extended above that 10-day moving average. It came up, it bumped into that resistance area. Let's look at it 15. Yeah, it came up, it bumped into that resistance area, and it's starting to sell off. So if the overall market is going to fail in this area, it looks like Meta might be a nice short to help have that win to your back. So let's carry on. Nvidia also selling off here. Not looking the prettiest. Not looking the prettiest, guys. We're going to see what wants to happen today. Tesla, goodness, Tesla. Uncle Tesla's strong again. You know, I don't know how Uncle Tesla does it. Usually when the market's doing bad, the rest of your indices are doing bad, but Tesla just says, hold up. Just hold on, guys. You know, Dave got out of this one, so we need to at least show him that he's got to feel some type of way every time he exits a trade, right? If you're just joining us, take a look at my screen, guys. I'm not going to give you my spiel. I won't do it. But if you take a look at my screen, I have this thing up behind me here. I'm not even going to say it out loud because it gets people to just take off. Go ahead and just take a look at this, okay? And this number here, see that? Let's get that to 500 today. Today, guys. Let's get that to 500 today. I'm just teasing. We don't need to get it up today, but we do want to get this up a little higher, right? We want to make sure that we're bringing in and we're growing our community. We're growing and expanding our knowledge every single day. I am here Monday through Friday, guys. Monday through Friday, here for you. SPY looks like it's wanting to pull back. It's looking like it's going to do us dirty today, but it's A-okay because, you know, PPI comes out. It's going to surprise the market. It's going to let you know, hey, we don't like this. If the market doesn't like it, none of the market likes it, right? So, is this a bull trap like we were talking about yesterday? Is this a bull trap like we were talking about this morning? It very well could be, but we need to give the market some time in the morning to help shape up and figure out what it wants to do. Tesla at that 213 area, still playing Mr. Struggle Bus to see what it wants to do. Google, G-O-O-G-L. Google looks like here, it's trying to get above that 200-day moving average. You see that? It's really trying. Oh, I'm looking at the weekly because on the daily, it's well below it, okay? It needs to get above that 200-day moving average before I decide that this thing is looking anywhere decent, okay? So it's still trading low. It's still looking like absolute doggy poo-poo doo-doo. So the Qs had a beautiful pullback today. It's pulling back right to that downward trend line that we drew a long time ago for you guys, okay? So it's came down here and it's bouncing off of it, and we're gonna see what it wants to do after that. But as of right now, it is looking constructive on the Qs. As to where the SPY looks like it is selling off. Apple. Have I even looked at Apple today? Goodness gracious, Apple. Apple is looking strong. It's still above that downward trend line that I drew a while back. It was creating this really tight pattern, and now it's still trading above it. So it's still looking constructive for Apple. Still looking decent in my opinion. SMH. We watch SMH every day. We look at SMH now because it is in the semiconductors. We want to see the semiconductors do good. We know if the semiconductors are doing good, the overall market probably is doing somewhat decent. Another Wiki Wickerson off these bottoms on the 5-minute. Let's just take a look at the 15 to get an overall better idea so we're not holding our breath. Still just trading sideways. Nothing too crazy going on in the market. If there is something that you guys want me to cover, something I'm not going over, something that you like that I have not seen yet, go ahead and throw it up. We got VERU starting to take off here on the low cap land, baby. INZY still doing things. It looks like it's trading at that $3 area. This might be something for a future trade for me. AMAM still trading sideways, trying to find a bid at that $3 area. If you guys remember, I marked that area as a high trading area, $3. If it holds this $3 and it trades sideways, this might be a nice little area to start looking for a bid. And I say that because if it breaks through that heavy set of volume and it comes down and we don't see continuous selling from right here, then we might have support. If we find support right here, we might be able to head higher. SPY, just playing games with our heart like it's an NSYNC song. If you know what NSYNC song I'm talking about, then you are closer to my age than you are my grandmother's age. So quit playing games with... All right, I'm not going to sing. I don't want to lose all my viewers. So AMAM, yeah, AMAM's looking good, but man, I'm telling you, when I look at this market, I'm like, look, you know you want to head higher. The PPI came out, and it's just looking like doo-doo, but I think it's already been priced in. I really think that the market is expecting and knowing that inflation isn't going to just disappear. It's going to be here for a little bit, you know. And as I speak, maybe I shouldn't stop talking. As I speak, the market starts to head a little higher. But we're still in that range, guys. Don't let me fool you when I say we're still trading in that range. Now, as I talked about in pre-market, I did expect this to come down to its $62 area. We're still trading at $63. So we want TTD to possibly come down to that $62 area and then catch a bid to trade higher, just like it bounced off of yesterday's VWAP. It is an accepted traded area, and it could very well possibly bounce in this area and head higher. It is 10 o'clock, guys. I got 12 of you watching. I'm not even going to give you the spiel, but I do want you to know I love and appreciate every one of you that has been giving me all this love and support. It's mostly my family. It's mostly my mother, father, sister-in-law, all my in-laws, and a lot of friends from jiu-jitsu, from my Facebook community, from my Snapchat group. I just want to give a quick shout out to each and every one of you. I appreciate you showing up. Most of my viewers, I would say 50% of my viewers, are you guys that keep showing back up here every single day, leaving me up in the background, letting me chit chat to you in your living rooms while you're working, while you're cleaning your house, while you're doing whatever. And I love and appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the love and support, guys. You guys are awesome. If you are new and just joining us, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. We have an awesome community here. We are all here for each other. We try to keep each other safe. We try to make sure we do the right thing here by setting our risk first and making those tendies. We're dipping those tendies in ketchup. We're slamming them in some hot mustard, and we are smashing on tendies, right, guys? So remember, we always want to revert back to the mean. We always want to make sure. That when we are in the market, we know our risk first and we know how much we can tolerate. When I say that, I mean if you are risking, let's say 50 cents. On that 50 cents, how many shares are you going to take? Well, 50 cents is half a dollar, and you want to risk $20, then you can take 40 shares. So when it comes down there and you have to get out and it says that you've lost $20, that you are not freaking out, okay? As to where somebody wants to make a lot of money really fast, might say, well, I'll just risk 1,000 shares, okay? But when it comes down to that area, it's way too big of a loss. They get a bad taste in their mouth, and then they never want to trade again. Well, if you love the market, you will still come back like I did, okay? And I had to learn the hard way. I had to learn that you can't make money fast in this. It's a longevity game. So if you want to learn, if you're going to make money quick and you're going to make money fast, you're going to lose it just as fast. But if you want to learn, you want to put in the time and dedicate yourself to this, you can make and abstract money every single day from the market. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but over time, you slowly build. It becomes fractal. If you're losing and making, let's say you're making roughly $100 a month, just keep adding zeros onto that, guys. Eventually, you can make a ridiculous amount of money in the market. So if you're a beginner trader or you're a seasoned expert, either way, guys, Let's make some money together. Let's learn together, and let's stay safe by using risk as our first means of exit. Let's take a look at RBLX. RBLX looks like it's found its top. It keeps Wiki Wickerson off this 45, off this 44, $45 area, bouncing off of its VWAP and looking very strong against the overall market, which is very interesting in Roblox, because I told you guys plenty times, I don't believe in Roblox. I don't play Roblox. My kids don't play Roblox. They never have. They probably won't ever play Roblox, but that's a-okay. On a technical standpoint, I do like the trade, and we will see if it wants to trade higher. It looks like the SPY is, well, it got up above that VWAP area again, but it's starting to have a nice little pullback. Well, maybe not. This might be its breakout, ladies and gentlemen. And if it is soft, maybe we get in DFNK, DFK. Dang it! Why can't I remember DraftKing? Draft King, DFKG, DFNK. Oh my gosh, I cannot remember DraftKing for the life of me. Oh, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Where are you, draft team? DKNG. DKNG. I said DKNG. DKNG. Let's go. DKNG. DKNG. Let's go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and play this DraftKings on this cup and handle, okay? If this starts to break out, which it's going to, we are going to take a large trade on this. I wanted to get 100 shares in this before, so we are going to take... Man, I just can't even do it. I just talked about it too. You don't want to go too big, guys. You don't want to go too big. I do like this cup and handle. I do like where this is at. I do like the way it trades at 5.9%. And oh goodness, I'm glad I caught myself. This is why we always revert back to the mean. We don't use emotions to trade, because we do have earnings tomorrow. Actually, yeah, earnings tomorrow. So am I going to get into this? Heck no, just save myself a headache of a position. SoFi though, SoFi is looking so fine. SoFi, I do like SoFi, but it's not in any real area where I would want to try and buy this thing in. So I'm going to leave SoFi alone as well. But yeah, let's go ahead. If we want to trade the market, we could probably, oh, we got ARRY. Remember that, guys? ARRY, and as we speak, the market starts to head higher, breaking new highs for the day, but still well below previous closing. Okay, so keep that in mind, guys. We are heading higher. ARRY was one of our main choices in a long, so we're doing great on that, and the overall market looks like it's trying to choose a direction. Now, we are trading above VWAP. We are heading towards that 410 area again, and we might have a nice little breakout. But just like I always say, you need to know both sides of the story. First side of the story is it might not break out. It might not do anything that we expect, and this thing might just fail and go all the way down to zero, right? We always got to say that. We always have to be well prepared for these backouts. Just like this CPI when it came out. I talked to you about when CPI come out, these can be volatile moves. They're not as big as CPI. I'm sorry, PPI. I keep saying CPI, but this, when the PPI came out, personal price, the producer price index, once that came out, we had a big sell-off, but we did catch a bid down here at 408.50. Now it's starting to head back towards that area, and we probably are going to see some resistance here, okay? Just like we always do when we come back up from support and we start to see resistance. ARRY wanting to push higher. It broke this area. It is in a breakout, in my opinion, and it's close enough to the 21, 30, and 10-day moving average that we can justify this trade completely. So I really like ARRY that we got into, and we're gonna keep on Wayward Sun with this thing, right? Let's go back to TTD. It looks like it's finding a bid right down. Oh, still not down to that area that I thought. I thought it was going to come down to that 62 area, but it caught a bid a little sooner at that 63, which we're okay with, guys. Again, TTD is one of my larger trades, and we're giving this 3 to 5 days before we take any money out of this. If not, we're going to give all the way down to here for a $40 loss to play out. Now, Why don't I take money out now? Why don't I protect the trade now? Well, there's a big reason for that. Because of the amount of shares I am in, I don't look at my P&L. I'm not supposed to really know how much I'm in this. I'm not really supposed to know how much money I'm up or down. But in order to make these big trades work out, if you can get one of these big trades to continue higher and really ramp up and really, really pay off, that's what we're looking for. I'm not looking for little chump change money here or there. I'm looking for the big moves on these earnings gappers, okay? So 3 to 5 days, take out half, and then I move my stop loss up to break even and hold the rest of the other half for the dream. Are we gonna make it to that 3 to 5 days before I take half? I'm not sure, but if you guys show up every single day, you will find out. You can learn from me, okay? So we got the SPY back down here. It looks like it touched that 410, had a bit of sell-off, but it's still trading above its VWAP, so things are looking positive for it now, but we still need time for this to shape up. Guys, I have 45 more minutes with you until I have to do some schooling, okay? Trust me, it's not what I want to do, but it's what needs to be done, okay? We have to protect our assets. Everybody needs a job. I have way more than 2. I think I have 4 jobs. Some I get paid for, some I don't, but I have plenty of gray hairs to prove it. But you guys, if you love it, if you like it, take a look at the screen. I got this thing above my head. I'd like you to do that right now. And if you want to, do it. If you don't, do it. Who cares? Just do it. Do it. Do it. All right. So next up, we got RBLX is pulling back to our buy-in area. It doesn't know what it wants to do, but it is lingering in this state. Okay. RBLX does move 6.6% at a time, so that is a good thing. So we're gonna see what it wants to do. TTD, okay, it's got that Wiki Wickerson on that 15. You guys know I love these wicks on the 15. These wicks are very powerful. If you sold off this much in 15-minute area and got bought up that much, that means there is buying power in these areas. So 63 is a psychological level, so it did touch it. Okay, it touched it, and it broke through by a few pennies, by like 8 cents, 10 cents, okay? More like 13 cents if you want to be exact. If you guys are really hawking me, 13 cents. And now it's wanting to try and head higher. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this thing going to the moon. We are in it. Let's take a look at GNS. So GNS is still trying to hold that area, holding that 641 area. Let's take a look at Meta. Now that the overall market's doing better, let's see how Meta's doing. It's a good thing we didn't take that short, right guys? My main short for Meta is at that 185. Because that 185 we know is a very, very volatile area where every time it came back down, it got bought up and started to move higher. So here's that 185. That's where I really want to short it, okay? And it doesn't look like we're going to see that. Now the overall market is starting to head higher. We're at 409.95, trading just below that 410. And guys, if you haven't already, leave me a comment in the comment section and let me know what you're watching. If I'm not going over it, I will add it to my ticker. You can ask Tony. I've added any ticker that guy's asked. B Stewie, we go over every ticker he's asked. Anything that you guys want, I'm happy to do it here. I'm here for you. I'm here for your entertainment. You can get a good laugh at me when I lose, and you can enjoy and be super happy for me when I win. I don't care. I want you to be happy. I'm here for you, and I will do your due diligence as well. Just throw the ticker name up in the chat. I don't care, even if you say AMC, okay? If you're an AMC ape, I'll bring up AMC. Let's take a look. Well, look at this. AMC is looking pretty volatile right now, right? So we have a nice buy-in here. It came back, and now it's bouncing off its VWAP area. Are the AMC apes coming back? I would say no. I would say no, absolutely not. Just like everything else, this is on a huge downtrend. And you know what I would love to just bring up, guys? I brought up in Duality Chat back here in Duality Chat that I wanted to short AMC, and I remember the guy saying, if you really believe that it's going to go down and it's never going to squeeze, then why wouldn't you just short and hold short? And you know, I really wish I listened to him. I really do wish I had listened to him. I really do wish that that he was, but I'm still, we're all still learning, and there's always what ifs. There's always the shoulda, woulda, couldas, you know. But as of today, AMC is looking like a volatile stock that you could trade. You could trade this today. It's got a 1 cent spread, so you know it is volatile. You know if you get in, you can get in. If you get out, you can get out. You're never gonna get stuck in this trade unless you don't sell when your criteria comes up. So SPY breaking that 410 area, guys, looking good. Alex C, yeah, baby, I'm glad. I was wondering if you were gonna pop back in here, Alex. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see ya. Glad you're here. I hope you are making some money, brother. 410, we just ran back up into that 410. Now, guys, remember, this thing could go skyrocket and come all the way back up and just completely clear all this bull crap that we had from PPI, and that would be A-okay with me. We already took our long trade in ARRY, so we are respectfully hoping that it will move up with this market. Also, going back to TTD, if we see this market take off, we can expect the TTD trade to continue higher, and that's why we have such a wide stop loss. That's why we just wait and relax until we let the market figure out what it wants to do. So TTD, I'm expecting this to carry on wayward son. And as I speak, the market trading at 410.50, looking very, very good. Up 10% on the account again. Alex, you are printing these tendies, dude. Now listen, Alex, what I would love for you to do is hit me up in my DMs and send me, if you would, if you have any way to send me a picture to prove to me that you are taking these trades. I'm not trying to say you're a liar or anything, but what I like to do is if we have people in the chat that are making these awesome trades and you're putting marks on your sheet. So like, for example, in Trade Zero, if you buy the upgraded version, which I think is like $40 a month, it'll actually mark where you have bought in and where you have got out. If you can send those charts to me, I would love to share with the rest of the community so everybody can see how everybody else is trading, so we can go over some of that. Now, Heiser says, hey, good morning, Heiser. It's always good to hear from you. Heiser is one of my mentors. He's in here. He trades a little different than I do, but he is very consistent and he is always showing up to the market to extrapolate a little bit of money. And as we speak, we are at 410.50 on the SPY, looking very, very good. Heiser, since you're here, I do want you to take a look at AMAM. We did have a nice spike up into that previous resistance area. It spiked up and through it, came back down, and is now selling off into it. We might have a nice short trade in this area unless it holds. Just something I'm looking at. So had some SPY, Alex says, had some SPY calls, sold a little early for profit, but profit's profit. Had some NVA puts because it is playing VWAP heavily, scalping, and ended up pretty well. Well, we love to see that you're up 10%. That is always a good thing as long as you're using proper risk management. You're not just holding your breath, but I don't think you are, Alex. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you showing up just like you always do. And I thought you may have meant to say NVIDIA. I have been watching NVIDIA all morning. We've been keeping an eye on it. NVIDIA right now is just still trading sideways, but we know it's squatting down on this 10-day moving average. And heck, I might have to take a little trade myself. It does look very, very pretty. So let's go over some of these guys. Microchip technology, this is looking like a nice long. If you like the 10-day moving averages like I do. And then, of course, looking at the 15, we got the Wickersons right here. Wickersons, Wicca right off the bottom. And we're hoping that this thing will head higher. I'm on Robinhood. I'm not sure how to show the trades, only other than one by one. Totally understand, Alex. I was hoping that you were using a desktop platform. You just posting in here, letting us know where you got in and out, works out just beautifully. But any extra information on those trades, if you guys ever take them, Heiser, I know you will send them to me in chat. I just like to show our viewers what we're talking about. So if you say, hey, I took this, or hey, I took that, I can explain a little bit better on the visual. RTW, our low float, still trading sideways, holding those gains from yesterday and pre-market. It's still trading up 54% from 2 days ago. SERA, guys, look at SERA. I'm surprised you guys haven't alerted me to this. We talked about SERA on the pre-market prep, and we talked about how this thing was a mover yesterday, bringing it up to 69%, trading as high as 92%, and holding those gains. Now, from 2 days ago, up over 100%, pulling back respectfully, back into this 239 area, and we're going to see what this wants to do. But this is looking like a very volatile stock, guys, and it's only got a 1 cent range. So if you like it, you like it. We are up to 160 subscribers right now. I don't know where you guys are coming, but you guys are coming out of the woodworks, and I absolutely love it. Sent it on Discord. Okay, good. I see hit there, just sent it on Discord, and he's actually sending me all of the information of what his wins and losses and everything. Hey, look, Alex, I do appreciate this. What I actually want to see, though, is the chart. So the numbers, the fundamentals of things, they don't tickle my fancy. What tickles my fancy is actually seeing a painted chart of where you got in and where you got out. When I look at these numbers, I understand them, but I can't understand them nearly as quick as I can with all the information on a chart. Now, you don't have to bring that chart to me, Alex. I'm a talking head right now. I'm just going on and on. But as I talk, SERA still treading on that's highs, trading back up at 255. And not to mention, guys, SPY still holding that 410 area. We are at 410.44, and I only got 30 more minutes with you guys, and I have to go do some schooling. So if you are here with me for these last 30 minutes, guys, let me know what you're watching so I can go over them with you. We got a lot of small cap tickers like AMAM, SERA, and RTW that we're looking at. On the SPY, on the right side, if you guys take a look, we'll just go ahead and take a look at my trades on the right side. So we got the SPY up. It's trading at 410.53, looking beautiful. IVAC, this illiquid piece of crap stock, I'm sick of being in it. We're going to just go ahead and take our cup of coffee and leave the rest on the table, okay? This thing is just too slow of a mover. I don't want to be in this thing anymore, even though if I get out... Every time I get out of one of these trades, it just takes off. So if any of you are screaming at me to stay out of that, then that's fine. I should stay out of it. RBLX, the other trade that I'm in, this is on the 5 minutes, so it looks a little bit more powerful. We had a beautiful push up, reaching a new high of $56, but it's coming right back down to our buy-in area. We're only up about a cup of coffee on this. Let's take a look at our big boy trade at TTD. It looks like it found its bid at that $62, and it's trying to head higher. Now, this thing keeps running into VWAP, and it looks like it's trying to sell off while the overall market is trading higher. So this is a bad sign for TTD, the fact that it is not trading higher, faster, stronger, better, all those words, while the SPY was doing very, very well. SPY finding a sell point around that 410.50, back down to 410. We might have a nice little struggle bus in this area for a while, and we might trade sideways for the day, but we will see. AMAM spike right into December's resistance. Exactly. That's exactly what I brought up. AM running right into its resistance. Let's take a look. AM SLQT just took off into that breakout area. Do I want to take SLQT on this breakout? I sure do. We'll take a very small share size of, we'll just do 5 shares. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 5 shares. Can we do it? Let's see what the range is on this, though. The range is just a penny, so that's good. So we do want to get in SLQT. Actually, it's way too extended, guys. I'm glad I took a look. This is looking good. It is looking like a breakout, but you know what? I only set that alert for you, so you knew what was going on with it. I still need to wait for that 10-day moving average to catch up, or this is considered, you guessed it, chasing. And we do not chase on this channel, or at least we do our absolute best not to. Right, guys? So, SPY looking like it's finding some sell resistance here at 410, but it is doing its best dog fight that it can. Let me go ahead and check my messages here on my cellular. GFAI looks like it's breaking some GFAI looks like it is breaking that resistance area. This might be a very good trade. I think I might have to take this one, guys. GFAI, it is breaking out. It is following that 21-day moving average. It's overall looking pretty nice. What am I willing to risk on this? Let's see, low a day is 12. It's at 13. We can risk let's risk 15 on this, guys. We're only gonna risk a small 15 on this breakout. And really, I should risk less than this. We're gonna only risk 10 because we're just trying to back test these strategies, okay, guys? And I want to try and do my absolute best to stay in this for a day. And we have a 15-cent. There's a 15-cent range on this, so that's the overall range isn't very well either. So just before we get too crazy, let's take a look at AI. So yeah, AI is spiking up, and that's probably what we're seeing on GFI. Just a simple fact that because AI is taking off, you're going to see a lot of your other stocks in that area also take off. So ARRY, we're up about a cup of coffee, and we just got filled on GFAI. So we're going to put GFAI down here on the mark. We are break even on GFAI, and we're going to see if this breakout is going to work for us. Maybe I wish that I would have gotten in, 100 shares rather than 10, but we will see. We are still back testing these strategies. We don't ever want to go too high, get too much into something that we don't know. So this came down, it touched, and it bounced off that 21-day moving average twice now. I like to see a little bit more confluency in here where it gets really, really tight and it trades tight for a couple of days. Those are the best trades. But hey, it is what it is. We are taking this resistance, and I am doing this for you on higher volume. Just for your entertainment, guys. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to entertain you. I'm here to bring you joy. I'm here to build a community, and I am here to do my best to get you to, yes, this, above me. Right above me, my wife wrote this out in beautiful bubble letters, better than I could ever possibly do. So if you like it, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. Hear me every single day, 8 until 12, trying to bring you the best stock commentary and analysis, not to mention putting it all on the line, doing live trades for you here right now, baby. Right now. But do keep in mind, I am out here at 11 o'clock. Why? I have schooling. I have to learn more stuff. I love to learn. I absolutely love it. But to be honest, I don't like learning things that I am not passionate about. If I was learning about the stock market or working on getting my Series 7, I would be super excited to be taking this, but I am not. I'm not doing any of that, but that is all to come. One of these days, I will have my Series 7 for better job opportunities so I can continue to do what I love. SMCI. What were we looking at in SMCI? Well, let me tell you. We are looking at this beautiful cup and handle that has formed on SMCI. GFAI is taking off to the upside, but we will come back to that. Let's bring up the SPY on this side. SPY breaking new highs. It is now trading at 410.69. Let's go, baby. We want to see the money printer go Bert. Can the money printer go Bert? Can the money printer go Bert? We will see. We will see. AMAM, a beautiful sell-off. Just like I was talking about, guys, it's either going to bounce off this, try and consolidate sideways and head higher, or it's going to break through this and then have a lot of selling pressure to sell right off. Okay, guys? So, and I brought this up in pre-market. December 9th is when we had the highest traded volume at 123 million. Came right up into it. It did blow through it in pre-market, but once it came back down, right there, then it's going to sell off. Caleb, that's what I'm doing right now. I like learning how this is more, I like learning how this more than my English class right now. I think what was meant to say, and it's funny that it's English class, is I like learning this more than my English class right now. So I'm glad you messed it up because it makes it a lot funnier when you're talking about English class and you mess up a sentence. So I do that all the time. I'm sure I've texted Caleb back and forth a few times on Snapchat. Caleb, you know what? I meant to bring my Tiffin cup. I have a Tiffin cup, and I was going to cheers you with my Tiffin cup today. But Caleb, I do appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Make sure, guys, if you have not yet, go ahead and bring this baby up right here. Go ahead and make sure that you are on the live. So if it is not red, you're going to click on live. Make sure it brings you to the front. Also, scroll down here. Go ahead and hit this like button for me. Hit that like button if you haven't already. And hit that subscribe button. It should be somewhere in this area for you. And now we have about 30 minutes until I leave you guys. I know, don't cry, hold back your tears, and be manly. We can do this. So guys, I am still in IVAC. I don't think I exited because every time I exit the trade, and see, all I had to do was say something. I said I was gonna exit and this thing started to take off, okay? So I'm gonna wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to sell my sell rules, and I'm going to be extremely disciplined just because I don't like this. If I don't like this trade, or if let's put it this way, if I get out of this trade now, it's going to take off on me, and I'm going to say, yep, I wasn't disciplined. I like being disciplined, guys. So roadblocks, okay? We all know roadblocks. Y'all know I don't believe in roadblocks, but hey, I took this on a technical pattern. We are making some money. And BTC, so BTC, that's a Bitcoin play, right? So BTC, ETF series solution, clear shares. This looks really weird on my, BTC looks really weird on that. Let me see if I can bring it up on this. Yeah, here's BTC, so Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin is looking really, really good today. It's looking really good today. So last night, I remember it had this huge spike, and it blew through its consolidated area, and now it's heading higher. So if you guys like Bitcoin, then you're gonna like Mara, you're gonna like Riot, and all those tickers, because those are your miners. Those are your miners that buy into, that create the Bitcoins. They actually find those. And so if you guys are interested in Bitcoin and you're looking at equities on the same handle, then you're gonna look at your miners, you're gonna look at your Riot, you're gonna look at your Maras, stuff like that, okay? So let's see how our trades are doing. GFAI still holding around that 1332 area. We're gonna see what this thing does. Let's go ahead and mark where we got in here. So we got in this trade at 1318 right here. The breakout area is more down here, but it's okay. We got in when we could, and we're gonna use this as our low, $12. So we got about $10 of risk in this, meaning I have 10 shares. We're only risking $10 for an expectancy of a minimum. Let's just do this in percentages for you guys. So I'm risking 1% to try and get at least 76%. Yeah, I know. That's nuts, right? But if I can do it, if I can get that 76%, if I can get back up to those highs, we might have an amazing trade. Not to mention, guys, this is an AI stock. And if you haven't heard about AI, it is a huge buzzword right now. If you haven't heard about AI, then you're living under a rock. After GPT came out, this thing came across everybody's newsfeed. Everybody wants to put AI in their titles, in their descriptions, as well as I do. I try to at least put something that is fun in my titles, and AI usually is one of them. I either put the stock in there or something about it. CRZQ is related to the Bitcoin price. I had no idea CRZQ was related to Bitcoin price, but we know CRZQ has had a bounce yesterday and the day before off of these lows of 25 cents. So now it is trading higher. Do you still hold some of this, Heiser? Do you still hold some of CRZQ? Let me know in the chat if you do. GFAI is still holding a bit. Let's take a look at AI, which is our leader. So if AI is taking off, well, we're going to see GFAI taking off. But why am I not in AI the leader? Well, because it never found a tight range on any of my moving averages. But GFAI did, so I feel more comfortable playing GFAI than I would playing AI. Okay, so that is why I took those trades. Let's see ARRY. If you guys remember why I took ARRY, because of this breakout area. Also because it looked like the market was turning over. Now ARRY is in the solar sector, so it is a more prominent. And look at this, guys, the market's still heading way higher. Let's take a look at our TTD trade and see if that's doing us any justice. So as the market really ramps up, TTD doesn't look like it's doing much. It's still trading under that VWAP area. Now, I was expecting this. I will have to admit, I was expecting this when the market took out. It was going to fly. AI is a boiling sector already. Yes, it is a boiling sector, and it's already had its push. Now we had a pullback and a consolidation. These things, when it comes, they come in waves, just like monkeypox, just like any other stock. It comes, it's not going to go straight up for the week or the month. It's going to go straight up, it's going to pull back, it's going to find another bid, and it's going to take off again. So yeah, it is a boiling sector, and it might cool down eventually, like it has. It boiled, it's cooling down, maybe it's starting to boil again, but we don't really know. We're only going to keep an eye on this, knowing in the back of our mind that it is a hot sector, and so when it moves, it can move. Cool. So I just got a nice little proposal from someone. Let me go ahead and see if I can send him my user so that way he can get in here. Nice little business proposal. We'll see if he wants to join our crew. Let's just go do one of these. If you like it, we can work something out. So we are flying, buying on GFAI. It looks like this breakout so far was a great idea. We're up about a lunch right now on it, and we will see if we can continue higher or if this thing wants to fizzle out. But either way, we are going to sit back, relax, and watch the trade play out. ARRY still looking in that area for some resistance, and we are going to see a little bit until we get in this breakout area of this $24. Once we get out of this $24, it is blue skies, guys, almost blue skies. I mean, you can arguably say, you know, we got a little bit of a resistance area here, but it's not much, and same with this. Not much, but other than that, guys, we could really see some north side in ARRY if our overall sectors start to look better. And SPY is trading now at $410.97. We're almost to that 411 area. It's gonna do awesome. It's gonna look good. It's gonna do good, baby. But yeah, guys, tell me what you're watching. If you're in the chat, go ahead, leave a like. Hit that subscribe button and let me know what you're watching. Alex says, okay, back now, head to get on train. Where are you at, Alex? If you're getting on trains and planes and automobiles, where are you taking a train to? Are you in New York City heading down to go trade in with the rest of the traders or not? So let's take a look at TTD, guys. So TTD still finding that resistance area here. Not looking the prettiest. No big deal. We're going to give this more time. We got to give this 3 to 5 days minimum in order to see if we want to carry on higher. GFAI now pulling back after that formidable push, and we are going to be holding on to it. Roadblocks, we took this on yesterday as an earnings continuation play. On this earnings continuation play, we want to bring our we want to buy in on the 5-minute range break, set our stop loss at low of day, give this 3 to 5 days to play out. After 3 to 5 days, what do? Extrapolate some of that money. We want to take half of our shares out, leave the other half in to play out for the big tendy winners, right? We want that honey mustard Dunkin', right? Alex says he's in California. He's heading to SF to go to university. Well, brother, that's awesome. What are you going to school for? I would love to know. There's quite a few things that I could take a wild guess on. Since you are a trader, I'm guessing finances, but we might have a wild different view in things. So IVAC, look at that. Maybe I should just act like I'm going to exit trades, guys. I'll act like I'm going to exit trades so that way these trades just take off like crazy. Alex says he's majoring in computer science. Now, I tell you what, that is very, very smart because all of everything is going to be computers, and that's for gosh darn sure, guys. Everything is going to be in computers, and we will always. So Trey Long says, I like your setup. Trey, I'm glad you like the setup, and I'm glad you're interested. So we will talk a little bit more about that after stream. Got a little proposal for you. It looks like you have a nice group of viewers on Facebook, and I am obviously trying to expand this as well. So if we can expand together, if we can somehow make some money together, that would be great. So we will see. We will see what we can do after this live trading's over. I have some schooling to take care of, but I can text you during that, and maybe we can set ourselves up on something pretty. So SPY, looking like it's sitting at 411.19. Things are looking really pretty for SPY. Guys, this is exactly why we're here for pre-market prep. exactly why we're here for pre-market prep, so we can understand both sides of the situation and we can figure out what we want to do. Can you tell us a lot of companies, let's see, you can tell because a lot of companies are they're spitting random AI news just for the hype. Absolutely, Heiser, absolutely. And that's exactly what I talked about back here when, let's see, let me look at my AI stocks. So back here PGY. So when PGY came out with their earnings, they said all this AI BS. And I called it out in chat. I said, this is all bull crap. It just seems like they're just spitting out AI this and AI that. And we're an AI company because of the hype. So I think they just jumped on the bandwagon with the hype. And that's why we didn't take this 24% gap up. We weren't even looking at this because we know a lot of people are just trying to jump on that hype. So when I am looking at stocks, I'm looking at the main ones like AI, the original AI, which I believe is the leader in the AI sector. And then I'm also looking at BBBY and I'm looking at GFAI. Why am I looking at these? Because these are the ones that popped up right away when this news started popping off. So these are your small floats. These are the ones that I like to look at because look, I'm in GFAI. This thing can move 32% average daily range, okay? So today, just today, this thing can possibly move from here. Oh shoot, I need more room. It can move from here all the way up to $15. It has the ability to move in that range. If it wants to bring me a total of 32% on my money today, I'm okay with that. You guys will not see me arguing. So just before we go to that, we're going to go SECO. SECO looks like it's breaking out on those highs, okay? Not necessarily breaking out, guys, but if I make this downward trend line here, okay, we come off these tops and we go like this, it's breaking this area. This might be a really good area to get in, but it's still too extended for me, so I will not be. These are just my opinions. But I do want to take a look at PBF because it is looking really good, guys. So PBF, yeah, I do really like this, guys. So on earnings, pre-market, we were here in pre-market. It was only up that 6 to 8%, okay? Now here we are sitting at this top, okay? I know B's really watching this. So what I like to see on these tops, B's, is I like to see a nice break. We'll turn this up on the 5-minute here to get a little bit of a better idea. So right here, we got this squatting down right here on this area, and it looks like it's about to break out. Now, this thing moves 4.8%. So if you were going to play this, I would always use this low of day, okay? Now, B, I know that you're trying to find something to get in, and this you've been eyeballing for a while. So if you've done your due diligence, I would say if you did something like this, okay, got in somewhere around this 46.50 area, and then you used your stop loss at this 44.50 area, that would give you $2 of range, which is a wide enough risk to let this play out after earnings. Okay, if this is something that you want to get into, just keep in mind, don't let this make or break you. You're going to want to use a $2 range. Now, this isn't a buy or sell recommendation. This is only a opinion on this, okay? We are seeing the SPY look strong. We are seeing this inflection point right at this top. BPF came out and they looked very good on earnings. They beat their earnings by, I think, 30 cents. They asked for $4.95. Their expected was $4.44 or $4.41. So this overall does look very nice. So if this is something that you're looking at, yes, I do like it. I do like it. I do like it. Am I going to take it? No, because my trade was here. This is where my trade is right here, B. This is where I would have gotten in on the range break if and only if we seen over 10%, okay? Now, you could argue with me and say, well, Michael, David, whatever the heck you're going to call me, it is over 10%, okay? It is over 10%. Well, you're right. It is over 10%. This is your trade now. This is not my trade. So if you wanted to get in, go ahead. Go for it, but know what you're willing to risk and know how much you're willing to risk, okay? So let me know if you hopped in here. Let me know if it is your trade. Let me know if you traded it. SPY, interesting right now. Yes, we have the SPY up here on the right side. It's trading at a high of the day of 411.40. Still trading well below its closing price yesterday of around 413.50. Okay, we're going to see what this thing can do. But guys, I'm only here for less than 15 more minutes with you. So if you like the content that I'm bringing, the excitement that I'm bringing to the market, please hit that like and subscribe button here. I'm here every Monday through Friday, 8 until noon, but today I'm leaving at 11 due to a few things. I have schooling and I'm going to get my knee checked. Okay? Hopefully that knee will not need surgery and I will do A-okay just fine. B, it looks like your trade is starting to take off here. It is up to 46.76 and it is looking mighty fine. I do like it. It looks beautiful and I hope if you took it, you know your risk. SPY pushing up higher at 411.91. Now, we are running into some resistance area. Please do keep in mind, guys, we might see some sideways action now. We can't go straight up, and if we do go straight up, it will be beautiful to see, but at the same time, we don't want it to just go straight up. We want to see some constructive activity. But because it's going straight up, we want to take a look at our other trades because we want to see in this market that TTD is finally trying to get above that VWAP. Let's head higher, baby, because daddy needs some tendies. Heiser says, at Rennie Worrell, hello, grandma, looks like you're getting some popularity and people are saying hello. So make sure you're live in chat, make sure you are staying active, and make sure you are accepting those shout outs with nothing but gratitude. Grandma, Granny Randy is our low float, our heavy whale in the stock market. She is here to buy up all the small little baby stocks and sell them at a higher price. You could call her a market maker, if you will. She doesn't understand what I'm talking about, but it's all in good fun. Nothing but love for you, Granny Randy. We love you. All right, running through this, RTW still trading sideways, still holding all of those gains from previous day and pre-market. So RTW is looking pretty dang strong for the stock that it is. It's up 54% and still holding those gains. Let's take a look at AM, still dousing itself in selling pressure. INZY still trading up, holding those gains, and same as TALS. SOBR still trading higher now. SERA pushing towards those highs. This is looking like a hot market, ladies and gentlemen, so keep your eyes and your ears open because we are having a wonderful day in the market. What a beautiful day in the neighborhood, as Mr. Robinson would say. Let's take a look at ARRY. Why do I not have ARRY looking up? ARRY is pulling back to that 211, that VWAP area. Will it hold? Will it head higher? We don't know, but we know that we are up about a half a cup of coffee on this thing. It's looking fun. It's looking delicious, and I am loving it. Loving it. Airbnb. Look at Airbnb, guys. Oh, goodness gracious. Why did I take Airbnb? I'll tell you why. Because it would have been chasing yesterday. So what happens? It comes right back down to the buy-in area, and it takes off higher. You like to see it because people are in it. Let's make some monies, let's print some tendies, and let's dunk it in barbecue. TTD, come on, stay above that VWAP for me, baby. IVAC, see? All I gotta do is talk about getting out of the stock, and it's trading back up at its highs. Okay, guys? RBLX took off this morning against the market's will, but it is trading sideways, and it's wanting to pull back. VLON looks like it is breaking down on that 75-cent area and might want to head lower because there is so much of this buying power overhead. Let's run through the indices. While I have you here, we're going to start with SPY. SPY 411.36. Mr. Russell pushing up hard off of that upward trend line that we drew for you in pre-market. Netflix and chill is just chilling, still trading in that 360 area. It's 358.38, trading sideways. Microsoft bouncing off those areas back in that 266 area that we talked about yesterday, and it is just going to piddle around here for a little bit. We'll see what happens. Amazon, Amazon back up to $100. This thing does not know what it wants to do, but it is creating lower highs on the 5-minute. Let's zoom out on this, guys. I hate being so far zoomed in. Now we have a better idea of what's going on. It is still creating new higher lows on the 15. Heiser says you should get into live sports commentary. That would be great if I gave a crap about sports, but I don't. There's only 2 things that I care about. And if it is sports, I do like, the only sport I like is jiu-jitsu. I've played baseball my whole life. I played football for quite my young childhood. Never got into soccer. My kids play soccer, but those were my main sports. But now I just do jiu-jitsu. And I would like to do jiu-jitsu commentary, but I could care less about the names of the people. I could care less about them rolling. I really don't care. I just like doing jiu-jitsu. Now, when it comes to commentary, I like doing live commentary on the market because I love the market. I have a passion for the market, and you guys can see that. You hear it in my voice. If I can do this for 4 hours straight, there's a reason why, and it's because I love it. Even on slow days, guys, you'll still hear me talking like the craziest thing is going on in the market, okay? Take a look at Tesla, guys. I know Tesla, good old Tesla, Uncle Tesla, shook us out of our shares right here for that $20 loss. Wick-P Wickerson on this 15-minute that I love to see, and then it pushed higher. It's looking at new highs right now, okay? And every single time I decide to get into this thing, it shakes me out. Now, we did make some money back here on these pushes and got out for a break even after we took our wins back here. Same things happened here. It's making a cup, making a handle, came back through with the PPI index and got us out while it pushed higher. So we did lose a few bucks on this trade, but it's okay. That's what we do. We are here to trade, and I'm here to put it on the line in front of you every single stinking day. Now, because I have school and it starts at 11 and I'm leaving here at 11, while I'm on the phone with you guys, while I'm on my landline, I'm going to bring up my class in here so that way I am not late and we can make sure everybody's happy. We want everybody to be happy. So bringing up the SPY, we're seeing a little bit of wicking off on this top of this 15. So maybe we will trade sideways like we were talking about. So that being said, here I go signing in, making sure everybody's going to be happy with me today. But we can go over our trades really quick. So GFAI looks like it's coming right back down from where I bought it in, and this might be one of those trades, guys. It just gets hot and then it sells right back off, and that's a-okay. That's why we take small share size. That's why we know our risk. We know our risk so we can earn that Rari. So we're going to see what happens, but it looks like it's just on its downside, and it's probably not going to do much of anything at all. But that's okay with us, guys. I do this for your entertainment first, and I do this for my bank account second. 1335, 13, ACTR. There. Now I'm in, and we just need to sign in. So hopefully, and I say that respectfully, we can get into my meeting at a decent time. So if you guys are still here with me today, I do appreciate your time. I do appreciate you being here. I do appreciate all the love and the support. So if you like what I'm bringing you, I'm here every single day, and I do this Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today I'm getting off at 11 so I can do some schooling. It looks like I looked away from my computer for 2 seconds and we lost some interest. But we did get a good old Jim Dickey. Jim Dickey, what up, David? Hi, David. Well, hi, Jim. It's good to see you here. It's always nice to have you. And thank you for joining us. Guys, I'm finally in my meeting. Unfortunately, I have to split when things are just heating up in the market. But ladies and gentlemen, I do love you. I do appreciate you here. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. It is right here. We got 21 likes. Holy guacamole. We got more likes and we got people in here watching, guys. I love it. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for hitting that like button. Guys, right now, the state of the market, we are trading above that 410 psychological area and technical resistance area. Hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully we can stay above it. So, if you were here for pre-market prep, thank you so much for being here. If you're just joining me now, thank you so much for being here. But we want to see more of you in pre-market prep because that is where the real homework's done. That is where the real due diligence has been added. So just before I go, we're going to slip through my trades really quick and then I will exit. GFAI, we took this on a breakout. It is just below our buy-in area. We took small share size. We used the risk of low of day and we took the breakout. Once it broke out of this area. It is in a hot AI sector. We took ARRY because I've been dying to get into the stock for the longest time because it is under the Can Slim William O'Neill method. This is a beautiful stock in a hot sector in a solar sector. If you are still with us, you are talking about you have solar projects coming up. This is part of those solar projects. ARRY has their money in big business just like FSLR, so that's why we took the trade. TTD, it looks like it just barely got above that VWAP area and now is trading lower, but that's why we give ourselves a wide risk, guys, and we are up some pretty tendies and we might see more, but we need to give this more time to play out. So we will see what's to come. RBLX, looks like we had that beautiful spit up this morning, but now it's trading back down to closer to my original buy-in area. But we are still up a few cups of coffee on that. IVAC is doing beautiful things, trading at almost its highs. It looks like a few more pennies and it will be at its highs. We're still holding half of our share size on IVAC and we're going to see if this thing can head higher. I am Dave. This is LoFiTrader. If you're still with me, hit that like, hit that subscribe. I am out of here for today, guys. Thank you so much for being with me. I love all the love and support. Thank you, guys. Peace.